Phantom by Terry Goodkind, continuing on page 491. It all felt so dreamy. Richard knew that he should fight it, but he couldn't make himself care. He cared only about doing as Six told him. He couldn't help himself. Seeing the flowing form of her charmed him. Looking into her eyes captivated him. Hearing her voice bewitched him. Without his gift, she filled that empty void within his soul. Her presence somehow completed him, filled him with purpose. The two guards with them gently rapped on an iron door in a great stone wall. A small door on the inside over a small slit in the iron door opened. Eyes peered out. They widened a little at seeing the pale shadow before them. Richard could hear men on the other side rushing to draw back a heavy bar. The door opened and Six slipped through with Richard in tow. He saw great stone walls in the moonlight, but paid them little heed. He was more fascinated by the snaking shape leading him through the silky night. Once they passed through great doors, men rushed about, opening yet more doors, shouting orders and bringing torches. "This way," one man said as he led them into a stone stairwell. Down they went, spiraling and turning ever deeper. Richard felt as if they were being swallowed down the gullet of some great stone beast. As long as Six was taking him, though, he was content to be swallowed. At lower levels, in a dank corridor, the men led her into a gloomy place. Hay was scattered over the slimy floor. Water echoed as it dripped in the distance. "Here is the place you requested," a guard told her. The heavy doors squealed in rusty protest as he pulled it open. Inside, on a small table, he lit a candle with the torch.
"Your room for the night," Six told Richard. "It will be light soon. I will be back then."
"Yes, mistress," he said. She leaned toward him a little, a thin smile slitting her bloodless face.
"If I know the Queen, she will want to begin immediately. She's quite impatient, to say nothing of being impulsive. She will no doubt bring the big men with whips. I expect that before the morning is over, she will have the flesh torn from your back."
Richard stared. He couldn't make his mind grasp it all. "Mistress?"
"The Queen is not only vicious, but vindictive. You are going to be the object of her venom. But not to worry, I still need you alive. You may suffer excruciating agony, but you will live."
She turned with a billowing flourish and swept out the door, a shadow swallowed into the darkness. Men funneled out the door after her. The door banged closed. Richard heard the lock click home. Before he knew it, he was suddenly standing alone in a stone room, deserted, forsaken, forgotten. In the silence, terror began to seep into his bones. Why would a queen want to hurt him? What did Six need him alive for? Richard blinked. As the moments passed, he felt his mind working to understand. It felt as if the farther away Six went, the better he could think. After the torches were gone, it was a while before his eyes adjusted to the light of a single candle. He looked around at the stone room. There was only a chair and a table. The floor was stone. The walls were stone. The ceiling had heavy beams. It hit him like a thunderclap. Denna. This was the room where he had been taken when he had first been captured by Denna. He recognized the table. He remembered Denna sitting in that very chair. He looked up, and there, right where he remembered it being, he saw the iron peg. His wrists had been in iron manacles. Denna had hung the chain holding them together over that iron peg. He had hung from it as Denna tortured him with her aegil. Horrifying images of the night Denna had broken him flashed through his mind. The night she had thought she had broken him anyway. He had partitioned his mind, but he remembered the things she had done to him that night, and he remembered what had prompted her to such violence. He had been hanging there when Princess Violet had come in to watch. The princess had decided that she wanted to participate, to join in his torture. Denna gave the little monster her aegil and showed her how to use it on him. Richard remembered Violet bragging about how she was going to have Kahlan raped, tortured, and finally killed. Richard had kicked Violet hard enough to shatter her jaw and sever her tongue. This was that room. Richard leaned back against the stone wall and slid down to sit and rest. He needed to think, to figure it out, to understand what was going on. He was leaning against his pack, so he pulled it off and set it in his lap. A thought struck him, and he looked through the pack, pushing his war wizard outfit and gold cape aside until he found the book Baracus had left for him. He thumbed through the pages. They were still blank. If only he hadn't lost his gift, he would have been able to read the book. If he knew how to use his ability, he would have been able to save himself. If only. He suddenly had a thought. He couldn't let them find this book. Six had the gift. Some form of it, anyway. He couldn't let her see this. Baracus had hidden it for 3,000 years. It was meant for no eyes but his. He couldn't fail such a trust. He couldn't let anyone know about this book. He got up and paced around the room, searching for any place he could hide the book. There was no place. It was a simple stone room. There were no cubbyholes, no niches, no loose stones. There was nowhere to hide anything. As Richard stood in the center of the room thinking, he looked up and saw the iron peg. He moved through the room, inspecting the beams. There was one beam running parallel to one wall, without much room between the beam and the wall. The beam, like most in the ceiling, had long cracks from when the freshly cut beam had been hewn and then dried. An idea struck him. He immediately pulled the chair over and climbed up on top of it. It wasn't high enough. He pushed the chair out of the way and dragged over the table. After stepping from the chair to the top of the table, he at last was able to reach the iron peg. He wiggled it, but it was stuck tight. He needed that iron peg if he was to hide the book. He hooked his hands over the peg and used all his weight to spring up and down. At last, the peg began to loosen. Working swiftly and using all his muscle, he finally managed to get the peg to wiggle. He wiggled it back and forth until he was able to pull it free. Richard dragged the table over to the side of the room near the dark corner and got up on top. He inspected the crack in the beam, finding a place where it wandered toward the top near the cross planks overhead. He wedged the iron peg into the split in the beam, working it in until it was stuck fast. He retrieved the pack and crammed it up in the tight space between the beam and the wall. Once he had it as high and as flat as he could get it, he shoved it along the beam until it wedged above the iron peg. He tested the pack by tugging on it, but it was stuck tightly in place. It wasn't going anywhere. He hopped down and put the table and the chair back where they had been. The pack was a color similar to the aged oak of the beam, and it was in the shadows. Unless a person was looking for it, he didn't think anyone would notice the pack lodged up where he had put it. Besides, it was the best he could do. Satisfied that he had done everything he could to keep the book and the war wizard outfit from falling into the wrong hands, he lay down on the cold stone floor against the opposite wall and tried to get some sleep. He found it impossible to sleep thinking about what Six had promised him for the next day. Fear gnawed at him, making his mind race. He knew he needed to get some rest, but he just couldn't calm himself. He did feel a sense of relief to be away from Six. He'd lost all track of time since he had been with the wisps, and 6 had been there as he left the ancient trees. He couldn't think when he was with her, couldn't do anything. She consumed his entire mind. His entire mind. He remembered being in this room before with Denna. She had told him that he was to be her pet, and that he would be broken to her will. He remembered telling himself that he would let her do what she would, but that he would save a piece of himself, put it away, and not allow anyone into that part, not even himself, until he needed to unlock that safe place and be himself again. He had to do that again. He couldn't allow 6 to have all of his mind, the way she had since she had captured him. He could still feel the weight of her influence, the pull of her will, but now that he wasn't in her immediate presence, it seemed so much less by comparison that he felt free of her and able to think, able to decide to a degree what he wanted. What he wanted was to be free of the witch woman. He created a place in his mind, as he had done so long ago in this very room, and he locked a part of himself away, a part of his strength, the core of his will, in much the same way he had hidden his pack away in a hidden corner where no one would find it. With his new ability to think and a plan, he felt a sense of relief. Even though he could still feel the witch woman's fangs in him, he felt that she no longer had the control she thought she did. He at last was able to relax a little. He thought then of Kahlan. Her memory brought a sad smile. He made himself think of happy times with her. He thought about what it felt like to hold her, to kiss her, to be alone in the night with her whispering to him how much he meant to her. Thinking about Kahlan, he drifted off to sleep. Chapter 49. Richard woke with a start when he heard the door being unlocked. It was a rude awakening, because Kahlan had visited him in his dreams. He didn't remember his dreams, but he did know that those dreams involved her. He felt suffused with her presence, as if he had really been with her, only to be pulled away by being awake. Once he was awake, her essence immediately began draining away. The loss of even her dream presence to cold, empty consciousness was disheartening. The world seemed to have been much richer in his dreams. Even though he didn't remember them, those dreams seemed sweet, like music in the distance. Just the feel of them was enough for him to know that he would rather not be in the waking world. Richard started to sit up, only to realize how much he ached from sleeping on the stone floor. Given how foggy his head felt, he doubted that he had more than a few hours' sleep. When he saw guards spilling into the stone room, Richard staggered to his feet, trying to stretch his cramped muscles as he did so. 6 swept into the room like an ill wind. Against her wiry black hair and flowing black robes, her skin looked ghost-like. Her blanched blue eyes fixed on him as if there was nothing else in her world but him. Richard felt that look come down on him as if it were the weight of a mountain. That look, her presence, crushed his will. He swam in the feeling inundating him. As she came closer, he fought to keep his head above the dark waters of abdication of his will. It felt like fighting for his life in a raging river whose powerful current was pulling him under.
Come along. We have to get to the caves. We don't have much time.
Rather than ask what she meant by not having much time, a question he doubted he would have been able to summon the strength to ask, he instead asked something else, something for which he had the strength, something still strong in his thoughts. Do you know where Kahlan is? 6 stopped and turned halfway back to peer at him.
Of course. She is with Jagang.
Jagang. Richard was stunned senseless. 6 not only remembered Kahlan, but knew where she was. She seemed pleased by the pain she had so obviously just caused him. Six turned and marched for the door.
Now, come on. Hurry.
Something was wrong. He didn't know what, but he could feel it in her power over him. She held him under her spell of seductive influence like a balmy leash of iron strength, yet it was not the same as before. He could feel that something was different. There was a trace of distress in her demeanor. But that was hardly what concerned him. Jagang had Kahlan. He could not imagine how Six even knew who Kahlan was because he was so stunned by the meaning of those words, "She is with Jagang." If not for the pull of Six dragging him along in her wake, Richard would surely have collapsed to the floor. He could not conceive of a worse nightmare than Jagang having Kahlan. His thoughts tumbled in blind panic as he followed the witch-woman through the dark twists and turns of the stone passageways. He had to do something. He had to help Kahlan. Not only was she in the hands of Sisters of the Dark, but they were in collusion with Richard and Kahlan's worst enemy. The thought uppermost in Richard's mind, other than his fear for Kahlan, was that he knew where Jagang was. The Emperor was on his way up into Dahara, toward the People's Palace, and now Kahlan was with him. So deep was he in thought that he found that they were outside before he even realized it. He understood at once what had Six so agitated. There were troops pouring into the grounds from every direction. These were the troops they had seen camped in the valley the night before. Six cursed under her breath as she looked for a way to escape the courtyard. At every entrance, soldiers flooded in. The passageway back into the castle, back to the stone room, was already closed off by a wall of men marching into the castle grounds. They were all grimy men, some wearing plate armor, some chainmail, but most wore dark leather for protection. Studded leather straps crossing their chests held leather pouches with supplies, or sheathed knives at the ready. Hung on heavy leather belts, they carried axes, maces, flails, and swords. They were as menacing as any men Richard had ever seen. The guards in chain-mail shirts covered with red tunics were not foolish enough to make an attempt to stop such men, especially not in such numbers. Richard knew without a doubt that these men pouring onto the grounds of the castle were Imperial Order troops. "By agreement," a muscular man said as he strode up to Six, "we have come to see that Tamarang is secure for the cause of the Imperial Order."
Yes, of course, Six said. But this is considerably earlier than you were supposed to arrive.
The man rested a hand on the hilt of his sword as his dark eyes scrutinized the layout of the place. Richard recognized the quality of the weapons the man carried, how well made his armor was, and the way he immediately took charge. This was the commander of all these men. "We made good time," he said. "Some of the towns and cities along the way offered no resistance, so we were able to get here now, rather than after winter, as we had thought."
"Well, please accept our welcome on behalf of the Queen," Six said. I was just going to go look for her." The commander wore shoulder plates of formed leather, along with a pressed leather breastplate embellished with designs. Looking to have served him well, the leather plate had cuts and scrapes from fending off weapons. He had rings lining the back of his left ear, and a tattoo of scales down over the right half of his face, as if he were half man, half reptile. "The Order operates for the good of the Order and our cause. Tamarang is now part of the Imperial Order. I trust all here are pleased to now be people of the Order." The sound of boots on stone covered the sound of birds singing at the impending sunrise. Men closed in all around, flowing into the courtyard walkway right up to Richard. "Yes, of course,"
Six said to the commander. She seemed to be regaining her composure.
"The Queen and I trust that you will honor the agreements made." that the castle is not to be entered by anyone from the order, that the castle itself is to be left to Her Majesty, her advisers, and servants?"
The man stared into her eyes for a moment. "Makes no difference to me. The castle is of no use to us." He blinked, as if somewhat surprised to hear himself agreeing to such a thing. He puffed up his chest, regaining some of his fire. "But by our agreement, the rest of Tamarang is now a province of the Empire of the Imperial Order." Six bowed her head in acknowledgement. Her thin smile was back.
"By agreement."
Richard noted, but hardly heard the conversation. He had been using the loosened grip Six had on him to slip out of it. He used her distraction like an iron bar to pry her invisible claws off of him. He had managed to pry open that grip just enough to let his mind slip out. It was time he did something for himself, for Kahlan. Even though he had lost the gift and had lost the sword of truth, he had not lost the lessons mastered from that weapon, much less the lessons learned throughout his life. He might not have had the gift, but he remembered the meaning of the symbols. He knew the rhythm of the dance with death. He was still one with a blade. Now he needed only to get his hands on a blade. While Six and the officer decided the limits of where the men would go on the grounds, where they would stay out of, and what was theirs within the city itself, Richard glanced behind, noticing the wooden handles on the swords of the soldiers and the leather handle on the sword of the subordinate officer right behind, just a little to Richard's right. He smiled at the man as he pulled a copper penny from his pocket and casually rolled it across his knuckles. He let the penny slip and fall as if he were clumsy. He squatted down to pick it up, pressing one hand to the sandy dirt beside the path for balance as he reached out for the coin, letting grit stick to his palms and fingers. He scooped up the penny, getting as well a small amount of sandy dirt. The officer behind, watching his superior speaking to Six, glanced Richard's way only as Richard wiped the dirt off the penny and then returned it to a pocket. Six presented a much more captivating subject than an awkward nobody. Richard acted like he was idly brushing his hands, but he was really covering his palms and fingers with the grit. Once he began, he didn't want his hands slipping on leather. Without turning, he leaned back toward the lesser officer standing behind him. The man was intent on the bewitching figure of Six as she spun her web, telling the men what she would like them to do. Out of his peripheral vision, Richard could see the hilt of the weapon hanging at the man's hip. It was better made than the weapons carried by most of the men. As Six and the commander were talking, Richard turned a little, feigning a stretch. In an instant, his hand was on the sword. In another instant, the blade was free. Having a weapon, a sword, in his hands instantly flooded Richard with memories, forms, and skills he had spent long hours learning. The lessons might have in part come from otherworldly sources, but the knowledge was not magic. It was the experience of countless seekers before Richard. Even though he didn't have that weapon with him, he still had that knowledge. The officer, apparently half thinking Richard was just being foolish, made a move to recover his weapon. Richard spun the sword and with a backward thrust ran him through. Other men sprang into action. Swords came free in the cool dawn air. Big men freed huge crescent battle axes from their belts along with maces and flails. Richard was suddenly in his element. The haze was gone from his mind. He had not expected the part of his mind that he had locked away for safekeeping to be called upon this soon, but the time had come, and he had to act. This was his chance. He knew where Kahlan was, and he had to get to her. These men were in his way. Richard swung, taking off an arm wielding an axe. The cry, the spray of blood, made the men nearby flinch. In that sliver of an instant, Richard made his move. He brought his sword up through another man lifting his sword. The man died before he even had his arm fully cocked back. Richard spun out of the way of weapons coming for him. Despite the sudden cacophony of metal clanging, of men yelling, Richard was already in a silent world of purpose. He was in control. These men might have thought that they had an army against him, but in a way that was his advantage. He didn't fight an army. He fought individuals. They thought like a collective mass, a collective element, allowing one another to move, as if the soldiers were trying to be one big fighting centipede. That was a mistake. Richard used it to cut into them. While they hesitated, waiting for others to act, waiting for an opening, Richard was already moving through their lines, cutting them down. He let them swing and lunge, using strength and effort, while he floated through the onslaught of steel. Every time he thrust, he made contact. Every time he swung his weapon, he cut. It was like going through thick brush, slashing aside the branches that reached out at him. He let the momentum of the sword power the next strike, keeping it in continuous motion rather than using effort and precious time to draw it back. If he brought the blade down, slicing through the side of a man's neck, he continued the movement, bringing the weapon up behind to run a man through as he rushed in, and then as he pulled the blade out, he spun away as swords, axes, and flails came down where he had been only a moment before. It was a fluid dance, moving through the grunting, diving, jumping men. Slice, 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 letting the screams fill the morning air, letting the alarm of not being able to stop him cause others to hesitate in fear of what could be happening. At all times, Richard kept his objective in sight. He was heading for the opening out of the wall. Even though he charged, wove, and feigned his way through the onslaught of men, he headed relentlessly for that opening and his freedom. He had to get through, and then he could get to Kahlan. Richard scythed down some of the men in his way while he spun past others. His object was not to kill as many as he could, but to get to his goal of that open doorway. Even though orders were being shouted, soldiers were screaming in rage for a chance to get at him, and men were shrieking in pain as they were slashed open, disemboweled, or stabbed. There was quiet purpose in Richard's mind. He cut from that void. He selected targets swiftly and cut them down just as swiftly. He didn't waste effort swinging, but cut with certainty. When he saw a leader among the men, a man who moved with more skill, a man others looked to in the attack, Richard cut into that strength. As he moved toward the opening in the wall, he slipped through gaps in their guard all the time, cutting. He didn't allow himself to pause for an instant in his relentless advance. He didn't allow the enemy to catch their breath as he cut into them. He cut without mercy, taking any man he could. Whether he looked fierce or afraid, Richard cut him down. They had expected him to be intimidated by their numbers, by their battle cries as they rushed him. He was not. He cut them down mercilessly. At last he made the door, beheading the man just to the left and then the one to the right. The opening was at last free of Imperial Order soldiers. Richard dashed through. Everything came to an abrupt halt. Beyond was a wall of archers, all with bows drawn, all aiming their arrows at him. Men with bows and men with crossbows were formed into a semicircle beyond the doorway, trapping him in that pocket of razor-sharp, steel-tipped arrows, all aimed at him. Richard knew all too well that he didn't stand a chance against the hundreds of arrows aimed at him, especially not at this close range. The commander appeared in the doorway. "Very impressive. I've never seen the like of it." The man truly did sound amazed, but it was over. Richard heaved a sigh and tossed his sword down. The commander stepped closer, frowning as he appraised Richard, looking him up and down. Behind, Six appeared in the opening through the wall, a black silhouette against the sunrise. The commander folded his muscled arms.
Do you know how to play Jala Dijin?
Richard thought it the oddest question he could imagine at that moment. In the background, beyond the rather small opening in the wall he had made it through, grievously injured men screamed, cried, and begged for help. Richard didn't shy away from the commander. Yes, I know how to play the game of life. The man smiled at Richard using the translation of Jala Dijin from the Emperor's tongue. The commander, looking far from concerned about the numbers of his men Richard had cut down, smiled to himself as he shook his head in wonder. Richard wasn't concerned for the dead and injured either. They had chosen to be part of a conquering army, to plunder, rape, and murder people who had done them no wrong, people who had committed the sin of not believing in the ways of the order, people who had wished to live their own lives free. Six stalked up beside the commander.
I appreciate your valiant efforts to apprehend this dangerous man. He is a condemned prisoner and my responsibility. His punishment is to be directed by the Queen herself.
The commander glanced over at her. He just killed a number of my men. He is my prisoner now. Six looked ready to spit fire.
I'll not allow...
Hundreds of arrows, all lifted as one, to point right at the woman. She froze, still and silent, appraising the threat. Like Richard, she obviously knew that her talent was no match for this many masked men with weapons that could be released with a twitch. It would take only one twitch to end her life.
This man is my prisoner,
Six said to the commander in a quiet but firm voice.
I was just taking him to the Queen for...
He's my prisoner now. Go back to the castle. The grounds belong to the Order now. This is no longer the Queen's or your dominion. This man is ours now.
But
You are dismissed. Or do you wish to break our agreement and have us slaughter the whole lot of you? Six's blanched blue eyes swept the hundreds of men aiming arrows at her.
Of course, our agreement stands, Commander.
She turned her intense eyes on the man.
I have honored it, as agreed, and so will you.
He tipped his head in a slight bow. Very well. Now leave us to our duty. As agreed, you, as well as those in charge here, may go about your business. Go where you wish, and my men will not accost you, them, or the castle staff. With one final murderous look at Richard, she turned and stalked away. Along with the commander and all his men, Richard watched the witch woman glide through the opening in the wall and up the bloody path among the dead and dying, not giving them so much as a second look as she headed for the entrance to the castle. Men parted for her, letting her through. The commander turned back to Richard. What is your name? Richard knew that he couldn't give his real name. He couldn't even give the name he grew up with, Richard Cipher. If he did, he was liable to be recognized for who he really was. His mind raced as he tried to think of another name he could use. The name Zed liked to use when he needed to disguise his identity popped into his head. I'm Reuben Ribnick. Well, Reuben, I will give you a choice. We could skin you alive, stake you out, slit open your belly, and let you watch as the vultures pull your intestines out and fight over them. Richard knew he wouldn't have to face such a fate, because all he would have to do was attack and the archers would kill him. Still, he didn't want to die. He couldn't help Kahlan if he was dead. I don't much like that choice. You have another? A sly smile spread on the man's face, befitting the reptilian half with the scale tattoos. Yes, as a matter of fact, I do. You see, the different divisions of the army have Jala teams. Ours is made up of a mix of my men and the very best of those we have come across. Men blessed by the Creator with exceptional talent. It was quite impressive the way you made your way through all those men into the opening in the wall, like you were making your way toward a goal. You continued on toward that goal without allowing yourself to be stopped, no matter what the men threw at you. Well, you're a natural point man. Dangerous position, being the point man. The commander shrugged. That is the game of life. We are absent a point man right now. He died in the last game. As he was evading a blocking man, he missed a catch, and the brock stove in his ribs. They punctured his lungs. It was a messy, painful death. That doesn't sound like a very tempting job. The commander's eyes gleamed with menace. If you would rather, you can take your chances without your skin, watching the vultures fight over your bowels. Would I get the chance to play the Emperor's team? The Emperor's team, the commander repeated. He stared at Richard for a moment, interested that he would have asked such a question. You really are a competitive sort. He finally nodded. All sanctioned Jala teams dream of having a chance to face the Emperor's team. If you show your worth and help us win tournaments with your skill as point man, then yes, you might very well get the chance to play the Emperor's team. If you survive that long, then I'd like to join. The commander smiled. You are thinking of being a hero? Is that it? A Jala player who is cheered? A player of renown? Perhaps. The commander leaned a little closer. I think you are dreaming of the women such a victory would earn you. The looks in the eyes of beautiful females, the smiles of attractive women. Richard thought of Kahlan's beautiful green eyes, her smile. Yes, that thought had crossed my mind. Crossed your mind? The man snorted a laugh. Well, Reuben, banish the thought. You are not a player who has come to join. You are a captive, and a dangerous one at that. We have provisions for players of your kind. You will be put in a cage and taken by wagon. You will be let out to play or to practice, but otherwise you will be no more than a caged animal. During practice sessions, you will have to work hard to learn to work with the rest of the team, to learn their strengths and weaknesses. After all, you are the point man. But even so, you will not be one man alone. Richard didn't see an alternative. I understand. The commander took a deep breath as he hooked his thumbs in his weapons belt. Good. If you play well, if you do your best in every game, and if we should happen to beat the Emperor's team, I will allow you to have your choice of the women who will be gathered, eager to lie with the players. With the victors, Richard corrected. The commander nodded. With the victors. He lifted a finger. Make one wrong step in the meantime, and you will be killed. Bargain struck, Richard said. You have your new point man. The commander lifted an arm, signaling other officers closer. They came to attention before the commander. Have the wagon brought up, the one with the iron box, for our new point man here. I think you already know how dangerous he is. Handle him as such. I want to unleash his talent against our opponents. The officer gave Richard an appraising glance. It would be nice to win more than on occasion. The commander nodded as he started reeling off orders. Post guards near the castle and in town, enough to ensure that there will be no trouble from the people of Tamarang. Then have all the laborers start setting up the stations for our supply trains. You'll first have to find a place big enough. Look just outside the city, near the river. Summer is waning. Winter will be here before you know it. And the supply trains soon coming up through here will be large and often. All our troops in the New World will be needing supplies to last them the coming winter. The city of Tamarang will provide what our men will need for the construction. There is a port on the river where the lumber is to be brought in, so you will need to make provisions for roads to the new site and for the barracks for all the men who will eventually be billeted here. One of the officers nodded. We have all the plans ready. Richard could only assume that the order intended to use the city of Tamarang for help in all the construction for the depot. He had seen them do such things before. It was easier to deal with places that were eager to join in the order than to destroy everything and then just have to build it up again. I will be leaving at once with our troops and this supply train, the commander told the officers. Jagang wants all the men he can get for the assault on the Daharan Empire. The leader of the Daharan Empire stood quietly, listening to the plans for the final assault on the people of the New World, for the slaughter of those who believed in freedom, for the battle that he had made sure would never happen. Chapter 50. Rachel woke when she heard Violet padding around the bedroom. Through the little slit in the door of her iron box, Rachel could see the tall window across the room. Even though the heavy royal blue drapes were drawn, she could tell by the color of the light coming in the narrow gap between them that it was just dawn. Queen Violet did not ordinarily get up this early. Rachel listened, trying to hear what Violet was doing. She heard a long yawn, and then the sounds of the cave queen getting dressed. Rachel's legs were cramped from being in the box all night. She wanted to get out and stretch. That was not a desire she dared to voice, though. At least they hadn't put the tongue clamp on her the night before. Sometimes Violet didn't feel like bothering. All of a sudden there was a bang, bang, bang that made Rachel jump, made her heart race. It was Violet beating the heel of her shoe on the top of the iron box. "Wake up," Violet said. "Big day. A messenger slipped a note under the door in the night. 6 returned, a few hours before dawn." The Queen whistled as she went about dressing. That in itself was a little unusual, because the Queen usually called in her attendants to get out her clothes and dress her. Now she was dressing herself and whistling while she did it. Rachel had rarely heard Violet whistle. It was pretty clear that she was in a good mood because of 6 returning. Rachel's heart sank at all that meant. What little light came into the sleeping box darkened as Violet's eyes appeared just outside the slit in the door. "She has Richard with her. The spells I drew all worked. Today is going to be the worst day of his life. I will see to that. Today he begins to pay for his crimes against me." Violet's face vanished. The whistling started in again as the Queen crossed the room, finished getting dressed, and drew on stockings and laced boots. In a few moments she returned and leaned close again. "I'm going to let you watch while the men whip him." She cocked her head. "What do you have to say?" In the back corner of her box, Rachel swallowed. "Thank you, Queen Violet." Violet snickered as she straightened. "He won't have an inch of flesh left on his back by the time the sun sets today." She went a short distance to the desk in the corner and then returned. Rachel heard the key turn in the lock. The lock made a metallic clang as it popped open, banging against the iron door. Violet pulled the lock off the hasp. "And that's only the beginning of what I will have done to him. There was an urgent knock at the door. A muffled voice demanded that the door be opened. It was Six's voice. "Hold on, I'm coming," Violet shouted across the room. Rachel moved a little closer to the slit and saw Violet hurriedly hook the lock back through the hasp. She pushed it to lock it again just as Six banged on the door. All right, Violet said as she let go of the lock and rushed across the room. She turned the latch on the big, heavy door, and almost immediately it burst open. Six swept into the room, all dark and towering like a thunderhead. "You have him, right? He's here, locked up where I told you to put him?" Violet asked, her voice filled with trembling excitement as Six closed the big door. "We can start punishing him immediately. I will have the guards assemble." "The army took him." Rachel moved closer to the iron door and cautiously peered out the slit. Six was standing just inside the door. The Queen's back was to Rachel. Violet stood in a white satin dress with a deep blue belt and laced boots over her white stockings, staring up at the stark figure of the witch woman. "What?" "Imperial Order troops appeared right before dawn. They're flooding into the city as I speak.
into the grounds of the castle. There are thousands of them, tens of thousands of them, maybe hundreds of thousands of them for all I know."
Violet looked confused, not wanting to believe what she was hearing as she searched for words. "But that can't be. The message you sent said that he was locked up, just as I instructed, locked up in the cell where he hurt me."
"Was is the operative word. We arrived in the night, and I locked him up just as you wished. Then I sent you the message and saw to a few things, waiting for morning. I was bringing him with me just now. I was bringing him to face you when we encountered the occupying soldiers. It's one of those massive advance columns of reinforcements. Their purpose is not a slaughter and rampage. They want to establish a staging area in Tamarang for other supply trains coming up from the old world. They were open to my offers of—"
"What about Richard?" Six heaved a sigh.
"I was too late. There was nothing I could do. The troops were pouring in from every direction. Our men had no chance to stop them. Those who tried were swept aside. I thought that it was best to deal with the Order's men myself, to try to find a way to secure safety for you and your staff while I had the chance. While I was speaking to the commander, ensuring favorable terms for us in return for help in what they want to do with establishing supply routes, all of a sudden, Richard came up with a sword."
Violet planted her fists on her hips. "What do you mean he came up with a sword?" Her temper, along with her voice, was rising by the moment. "You saw to it that he doesn't have his sword."
"No, it wasn't the sword of truth. It was another sword. Just a plain sword. He must have grabbed it from a soldier when no one was looking. Plain though it may have been, he knew how to use it. All of a sudden, a war broke out. Richard was like death itself unleashed. He was killing Imperial Order troops by the dozens. It was madness. The men thought they were facing a major battle. Everyone went into combat without even knowing what they were up against. Things just went crazy in an instant. I can't control pandemonium on that level. There were too many men. There was too much violence. I would have needed some time to gain control, and there was no time. Richard made it out through the wall." "He escaped? After all this, he escaped?" "No. Outside the wall waited hundreds of archers. They had him trapped. He was captured."
Violet sighed in relief.
"Good. For a moment I thought—" "No, not good. The commander would not release him. Because Richard had killed so many of his men, the commander wanted Richard as a prisoner. They probably intend to execute him. I doubt he will live to see tomorrow. Once in the castle on the way up here, I looked out a window and saw them put Richard in an iron box in a wagon. They took him away with the column of troops heading north."
Violet blinked indignation. "You let him get away? You let those filthy nobodies take him? Take my prize?" In the sudden quiet, Rachel saw Six's glare darken. She had never seen the witch-woman give the queen such a look before, and she thought that Violet would do well to be a little more prudent.
"I had no choice," Six said with an icy inflection to her words. "There were hundreds of archers pointing arrows at me. They left me no choice in the matter. It's not like I wanted to give Richard over to them. A lot of work has gone into this."
"You should have stopped it. You have powers."
"Not enough for—"
"You boneheaded moron! You stupid, worthless, no-good, dim-witted jackass! I trust you with an important task, and you don't even see it through for me. I'll have you whipped to within an inch of your life for this. You're no better than the rest of my worthless, no-good advisors. I'll have you whipped in Richard's place to teach you yours." Rachel flinched at the resounding sound of the slap. It knocked Violet from her feet. She landed on her bottom on the floor. "How dare you touch me in that way?" Violet said, comforting her cheek. "I'll have you beheaded for this. Guards! I need you!" Almost immediately there was a knock at the double doors. Six opened one of them. Two men with pikes looked at the Queen sitting on the floor, and then up into the blanched blue eyes of the woman holding the door handle.
"If you dare to knock on this door again," Six hissed, "I will eat your raw livers for my breakfast and wash it down with your blood."
The two men turned as white as Six. "Sorry to bother you, mistress," one said. "Yes, sorry," the other said, as they turned tail and ran off down the hall. With a growl of rage, Six grabbed Violet by her hair and lifted her to her feet. The witch-woman unleashed a blow that sent Violet tumbling across the floor, leaving strings of blood across the carpets in her wake.
"You ungrateful little brat. I've had about all I can stomach of you. I've endured it long enough. From now on you will keep that tongue still, or I will rip out what I gave you back."
Her long, bony fingers seized Violet by the hair and pulled her up again, then slammed the Queen against the wall. Rachel could see Violet's arms hanging limp. She made no move to defend herself as Six struck her time after time. Blood ran from Violet's nose, from her mouth, and was splattered across the wall. A bib of blood stood out against the white satin of Violet's dress. When the tall witch-woman released the Queen, she dropped into a heap on the floor and fell to helpless sobbing. "Shut up!" Six roared, her anger building.
"Stand! Stand up this instant or never stand again."
Violet struggled to her feet, finally standing before Six, looking up at her, her eyes filled not only with tears, but terror. Violet lifted her chin. She visibly pushed her fear aside and grasped at indignation instead. "How dare you touch your Queen in such a fashion? I will—"
"Queen?" Six sneered. "You were never anything more than a puppet queen. Now you are no longer even that. You are no longer queen. As of this moment, you resign. I am the queen now. Not like you, a pompous little twit who thinks herself important because of the extravagance of her tantrums, but a real queen. A queen with real power. Queen Six. Got it?"
When Violet started crying in angry resentment, Six slapped her hard enough to toss her head aside and throw yet more blood against the lacy powder blue designs stenciled on the wall. Again, faced with an angry witch-woman, Violet didn't respond, even to ward the assault. Six rested her fists on her knobby hips as she leaned down toward Violet.
"I asked if you got it."
Violet, on the edge of ragged panic at hearing the deadly threat in Six's voice, nodded.
"Say it!"
Six slapped her again.
"Answer your queen properly."
Violet's sobs grew louder, as if that alone would save her throne.
"Say it, or I'll have you boiled alive, chopped up, and fed to the hogs."
"Yes, Queen Six."
"Very good," Six hissed with a venomous smile. She straightened. "Now, what good can you be to me?" She looked up at the ceiling, touching a finger to her chin in royal contemplation. "Should I even bother to keep you alive? Yes, I know. You will be the court artist, a petty member of my staff. Do your job properly and you live. Fail me in any way, and you will be boiled and fed to the hogs. Got it?"
Violet nodded at the glare that focused on her.
"Yes, Queen Six."
Six smiled with grim pride at how quickly she had brought Violet to task. She seized the former queen's collar behind her neck.
Now we have urgent business. We can still save this mess.
But how? Violet whined. Without Richard.
I've clipped his fangs. His gift is mine for now, and he will remain cut off from it. I will decide when the time is right to deal with him. As for the rest of it, there is another way, but it is unfortunately more difficult. I only used Richard in the first place, because certain aspects of it were less complicated. It also kept you quiet and working without complaint while I pulled your strings. The other way is far more complex, because, unlike Richard, a number of other people are involved. So we must get started at once.
What other way? Six flashed an affected smile.
You will draw some more pictures for me.
She opened the door with one hand, and with the other dragged Violet out into the hall. I need you to draw a woman. A woman with an iron collar around her neck. What woman are you talking about? Violet asked in a trembling voice. Rachel could just barely see them out in the hallway as Six reached for the doorknob. You don't remember her. It will be harder to do because of that, but I can instruct you in how to accomplish the elements that I will need. Still, it will be more difficult than anything you've done before. I'm afraid that it will test not only your ability, but your strength and endurance. If you don't want to end up in the trough as hog slop, you will put your all into it. Got it?
Yes, Queen Six,
Violet said in a voice choked with tears. As Six started to march away, dragging Violet along, she slammed the bedroom door closed behind her. In the sudden silence, Rachel held her breath, wondering if they would remember her and return. She waited, but then finally had to let the breath out. Violet had replaced the lock, so she probably wouldn't give Rachel a second thought. Violet had a lot bigger problems now than worrying about letting Rachel out. Rachel feared that she was going to die in the cursed box. Would anyone ever let her out? Would Six return and put Rachel to death? After all, Rachel had only been kept around for Violet's amusement. There was no longer any reason for Six to keep up the pretense. Six was in charge now. Rachel knew most of the people who worked in the castle. She knew that none of them would dare to say a word when Six told them that she was now the queen. Everyone was afraid of Violet because she had people punished and put to death. But everyone was more afraid of Six because she was the one who enforced Violet's whims. Besides, when Six said things to people, they just seemed to lose their ability to do anything but what she'd told them to do. Those who crossed Six seemed to vanish. It occurred to Rachel that the hogs looked well fed. Rachel thought again about how, when Six was slapping Violet, Violet didn't even make an attempt to protect herself with her hands. Rachel knew that Six was a witch woman. Witch women had a way of making people forget how to fight against what was happening. They just did as she said, no matter how much they didn't want to. Like the two guards. They saw the queen on the floor with a bloody nose calling for help, but they quickly chose to do as Six told them, not Violet. Chapter 51. Rachel sat in her iron box for a while, thinking, worrying, wondering what would become of her. And then she had a thought. Carefully, quietly, even though there was no one in the room and the door was closed, she pressed herself tight up against the door. She put one eye right up to the slit. First, she looked around, fearful that the witch woman might somehow be watching her. The witch woman sometimes came to her in the night, in her dreams. If Six had materialized in the center of the room, Rachel wouldn't have been at all shocked. There were plenty of whispers among the staff of the strange things that had been happening at the castle since the woman had arrived. But the room was empty. There was no one there, no tall figure in black robes. Confident that she was alone, Rachel peered over at the lock. She had to stare a while because she wasn't sure that what she was seeing was real. The lock hanging in the hasp wasn't locked. Rachel remembered Violet pushing at it as Six knocked on the door, but in her haste, she must not have gotten it locked. If Rachel could get the lock out of the hasp, she could open the door. She could get out. Six had taken Violet to the cave. Violet and Six were gone. Rachel tried to reach through the slit to pull the lock off, but it was too far. She needed a stick or something to reach it. She cast about inside her sleeping box, but there was nothing. There was no stick just lying around. There were plenty of things outside the box that she could have used, but they were outside the box. As long as that lock was hooked through the loop of steel sticking out through the slot in the hasp, there was no way Rachel could push open the door. The lock might as well have been locked. She flopped back down on her blanket, dejected, her hope gone. She missed Chase. For a time, her life had been a dream. She had a family, a wonderful father who watched over her and taught her so many things. Rachel idly pulled on the loose end of the coarse thread that had been used to sew the edging on a blanket. Chase would be disappointed to see her giving up so easily, to see her moping, but what was she to do? There was nothing she had in her box that she could use to get the lock off. She had on a dress and boots. Her boots wouldn't fit through the slit. The only other thing she had was her sleeping blanket. Violet had taken everything away from her. She had nothing. As she pulled, more of the heavy thread unraveled. As Rachel looked down at the thread looped around the end of her finger, inspiration struck. She started pulling at the thread, pulling out the stitches, pulling more of it free. She soon had the entire end of the blanket undone, and she had a long length of thread. She doubled it over and rolled it between her palm and leg, twisting it into a heavier thread. It was long enough to make several layers, all rolled together into a sturdy string. She made a loop in the end and then went to the slit. Carefully, she cast out the string, trying to get the loop over the lock so that she could hook it and pull it up out of the hasp. It sounded a lot easier than it was. The string wasn't heavy enough to throw with any accuracy. Rachel tried several different ways of doing it, but it always fell short, or if it did get over the top loop of the lock, it just slid off over the side. It just didn't want to go down over the far side to hook the lock's shank. The string was too light to throw well, but at the same time it was too stiff to drape over the lock those times when it did land where she wanted it. Yet again she managed to get the end of the string to land over the lock. The end, though, dangled out at an angle rather than lying down where she could slip it over the open shank of the lock. She brought the string back in and wet it with spit, then tried again. The wet string was a little heavier. She was able to throw it with a little more accuracy. Her hand was getting sore and tired from trying because she had to twist it sideways to cast the string. It seemed she had been at it all morning. The string kept getting dry. Rachel brought the string back in and wet it in her mouth, getting it good and soaked. She went to the slit and cast it. The first time it landed over the lock, the loop of the string was just below the end of the lock's shank. Rachel froze. This was as close as she'd ever gotten it. It was difficult to have her hand out of the slit and then to be able to see through the little space that was left over. She could see, though, that if she pulled, the string would be pulled up and not hook over the shank where she needed it to hook. The string, as wet as it was adhering to the long bar that latched when it was locked. Rachel had an idea. She carefully began to roll the string between her finger and thumb. With the string stuck with her spit to the metal, it rolled, sticking, until the end flopped over. Rachel blinked as she stared. It looked like the loop was right where she needed it to be. She was afraid to move, afraid to make a mistake, afraid to lose her chance, afraid to make the wrong move because she hadn't thought it through well enough. Chase had always told her that she had to use her head, her judgment, he called it, and then act on that judgment. By every measure she could judge, the loop was in the right place. If she pulled, and the string stayed stuck with her spit to the shank of the lock, the loop would hook over the end of the bar. Her heart pounded in her chest. She realized that she was panting. Holding her breath, Rachel began ever so carefully to pull the string. The flat end of the metal caught the loop. If she pulled too hard, it might just pop off. She lowered her fingers to change the angle of the pull, to help it pull the loop over the end rather than slip off. The loop stretched tight and then slipped over the end of the lock's shank. She could hardly believe it. Carefully, steadily, she pulled the string upward, sliding the lock up out of the hasp. When it was almost out of the loop of metal, the notched end of the bar on the lock caught the hasp. She tried, pulling just a little harder, but with the way it was caught, it only made the lock twist at an angle rather than lift. Rachel feared to pull too hard. She was afraid that the string would break. She had doubled the thread over several times, making the string several layers thick. She figured that it was probably pretty strong. The question she couldn't answer was how strong it was, and if it was strong enough if she pulled harder. She released some of the tension and let the lock lower, then jerked it a little, twitching it rapidly up and down, trying to jiggle the shaft of the metal bar up through the hoop. Suddenly, the lock jumped up out of the hasp and fell. It dangled from the string, swinging back and forth beneath Rachel's hand sticking out of the slit. She pushed, and the door squeaked open. With the backs of her hands, Rachel wiped the tears of relief from her cheeks. She had gotten herself free. If only Chase could have seen what she had accomplished. Now she had to escape the castle before Violet or Six returned. Rachel didn't know if Violet was aware that she hadn't latched the lock. If she knew she hadn't locked it, and she mentioned it to Six, they would be back. Rachel immediately headed for the big door, but then she remembered something important. She turned and ran to the desk in the corner. She pulled the angled lid down into the position Violet used when she wrote notes on who was to be punished or put to death. Rachel grabbed the gold knob on the bottom center drawer and pulled the drawer out. She set it aside, then reached her hand way into the back and felt around. Her fingers touched something metal. She brought it out. It was the key. Violet hadn't taken it out yet. It was still there where she kept it for the night. Relieved, Rachel slipped the key down into her boot and then replaced the door and shut the lid of the desk. Remembering her sleeping box, she closed the door and put the lock through the hasp. She pushed the lock, making sure it latched closed. She tugged just to make sure that it was secure, something Violet had failed to do. If anyone came in the room, they might suspect that Rachel was still safely locked in her box. If she was lucky, Six or Violet wouldn't even look, and by then Rachel would be long gone. She ran to the big double doors and opened one just a sliver to peek out. She didn't see anyone in the hall. She slipped out the door, closing it quietly behind her. Checking around again, she made for the stairs, then raced up as quietly as she could. On the next floor, in a hallway of wood paneling without windows, Rachel headed for the room that would be locked. There were reflector lights still lit. They were kept lit throughout the night in case the Queen ever wanted to go to her jewel room. As she hurried down the hall, she hopped on one foot as she reached down into her boot to retrieve the key. Key in hand, Rachel looked over her shoulder as she arrived at the door she was looking for. Just then she saw a man in the distance coming down the hall. He was one of the butlers. Rachel knew him by his face, but she didn't know his name. "Mistress Rachel?" he said, frowning as he reached her. Rachel nodded. "Yes, what is it?" "Exactly." He glanced to the door. "What is it?" Chase had taught her to turn things around on people asking questions she didn't want to answer. He had also taught her how to turn suspicions around to make it look like the other person was up to no good. They'd often made it into a game at camp. She knew that she had to do that now. This time, though, it was not a game. It was deadly serious. She put on her best scowl. Chase had taught her how to do that, too. He'd said for her to just imagine that a boy wanted to kiss her. "What does it look like it is?" The man arched an eyebrow at her. "It looks like you're about to go into the Queen's jewel room." "Do you intend to rob me of the Queen's jewels I've been sent to get for her? Is that why you were lurking around the corner, waiting for someone to be sent to the Queen's jewel room, so you can rob them?" "Lurking? Rob you? Why, no, of course not. I merely want to know—" "You want to know?" Rachel put her hands on her hips. "You want to know? Are you in charge of the jewels? Why don't you go ask Queen Violet what you want to know? I'm sure she won't mind a butler questioning her. Maybe she will only have you whipped and not beheaded. I'm on her business getting something for her. Do I need to go get some guards to protect me and the Queen's jewels I'm to take back to her?" "Guards? Why, of course not." "Then what business have you with this business?" She looked one way and then another, but saw no one. "Guards!" she yelled, but not too loudly. "Guards! A thief is after the Queen's jewels!" The man panicked, trying to get her to be quiet, but then abandoned the attempt and rushed off without another word. He never even looked back. Rachel quickly unlocked the door, checked the hall again, and then slipped inside. She didn't think anyone had heard her, but she didn't want to take any more time than necessary. She didn't give the shiny, polished wall of little wooden drawers a second look. The dozens and dozens of little drawers were filled with necklaces, bracelets, brooches, tiaras, and rings. She immediately went instead to the fancy white marble pedestal that stood by itself in the opposite corner of the jewel room. Atop it had once stood Queen Melena's favorite object, the jeweled box she fawned over at every opportunity. Now in its place was a box that looked like it was made of the keeper's blackest thoughts. It was so black that the room filled with precious jewels seemed trivial in the presence of something so monumentally sinister. Rachel had hated touching Queen Melena's jeweled box of ordnance. She hated the thought of touching this even more. She had to do it, though. She knew she had to hurry if she was to have any chance of getting away. There was no telling if Violet would remember that the iron sleeping box in her room hadn't been locked. She might tell Six, or Six might just read her thoughts. Rachel suspected that Six was capable of doing such things. If they knew Rachel wasn't locked in that box, they would come back. Rachel took the black box down off the white marble pedestal and stuffed it into the leather bag that was sitting against the wall. It was the same bag that Samuel had used to bring Six the box. On the way to the door, Rachel paused before the tall wood-framed mirror. She hated looking at herself in the mirror, hated seeing her hair the way that Violet had chopped it all off. When she had lived at the castle before, back when she had been Princess Violet's playmate, Rachel hadn't been allowed to let her hair grow because she was a nobody. As soon as Violet had Rachel back, one of the first things she did was take a big pair of shears and chop off Rachel's long, beautiful blonde hair. This was the first time she had really had a chance to get a good look at it, though, an up-close look. She wiped tears from her cheek. Chase had told her, when she first went with him, that if she wanted to be his daughter, she would have to let her hair grow. Her hair had grown long and lustrous over the last couple of years, and she felt as if she really had grown to be his daughter. She didn't look the same in the mirror now, as she had the last time she had stood in this room, looking at herself in the mirror when she had been helping Wizard Giller steal the jeweled box of Orden. Her features were different now, less childlike, less cute. Now she was starting the gangly phase, as Chase called it, before she would bloom into the beauty of being a woman that he promised she would one day. That day seemed an impossibly long way off. Besides, without Chase, no one would be there to see her grow up, or care. Now Chase was dead, and her hair was chopped off again. Violet had not simply chopped it off either, but had cut it in ragged cuts, bits and pieces, chunks and wads. It made her look like a cur dog that slept beside the midden heap. There was something else, though, that Rachel saw in that mirror. She saw the woman she would be one day, the woman Chase promised she would be. What would Chase think if he could see her now with her hair all chopped up? Rachel pushed her thoughts to the back of her mind and swung the leather bag held closed with a drawstring over her shoulder. She opened the door just enough to look down the hall, then opened it a little more to look the other way. Still all clear. She hurriedly went out into the hall and closed and locked the door. She remembered the halls and passageways of the castle as well as she remembered the curve of Chase's smile when she made him smile when he tried not to. She always liked that best, when he laughed when he was trying to scowl at her. She took the servants' stairs so as to avoid the most guards. They stayed mostly to the main halls and such. People were going about their duties without pause. None of them yet knew that there was a new queen. She didn't know what people would think of such a thing. Rachel knew that people hated Violet, but they were terrified of Six. Washwomen carrying bundles turned as they gossiped, watching Rachel run past. Men carrying supplies didn't pay her any attention. Rachel didn't meet the eyes of any of them, lest they ask her something. She reached the door out into a side hall that had a way out of the castle. She went around a corner and came face to face with two guards. They wore the red tunics over their chainmail and carried pikes with gleaming points. Swords hung from their belts. Rachel could clearly see that they had no intention of letting her pass without finding out what she was doing there and where she was going.
"You must get away,"
Rachel cried out at them.
"Hurry!"
She turned and pointed behind her.
"The Imperial Order troops are entering the castle, back that way."
One of the men gripped his pike with both hands and rested his weight on it. "We have nothing to fear from those men. They're our allies."
"They intend to behead all the Queen's guards. I heard the commander giving them their orders. Behead them all, he said. More for us, he said. The soldiers all drew their big battle axes. They were told they could keep anything on the men they behead. Hurry! They're coming! Save yourselves!"
Both men's mouths fell open.
"That way," Rachel shouted, pointing toward the servants' stairs. "They won't think to look there. Hurry! I'll warn the others."
The men nodded their thanks and headed for the door to the servants' stairs. When they had vanished, Rachel started out once more, quickly making the door out of the castle. She took to the pathway that the servants used when going to town to get things they needed for the running of the castle. There were big soldiers, fearsome-looking men who were patrolling everywhere, but they didn't seem to be bothering the servants, so Rachel fell in with some carpenters and walked along beside the tall wheel of their hand cart. She hid her face behind the load of boards. The soldiers paid only casual interest to the servants going about their work, mostly watching the prettier women. Rachel kept her head down and kept walking. With her hair all chopped off, she looked like a nobody, and none of the soldiers stopped her. Once beyond the big stone wall, she kept walking along with the servants until they went through a patch of woods that was right up close to the path. She glanced back over her shoulder and didn't see any soldiers looking her way. Quick as a cat, Rachel slipped into the trees. As soon as she was in among the thick balsams and pines, she started running. She took deer paths through the bramble, following any she could find that went west or north. Once she was running, panic came out of nowhere and took control of her legs. All she could think about was getting away. This was her chance. She had to run. If the Imperial Order soldiers caught her out here, she knew that she would be in trouble. She wasn't sure what they would do to her, but she had a pretty good general idea. Chase had given her those lessons one dark night by the campfire. He told her something of what men like that would do to her. He told her not to let herself get caught by men like that. He told her that if she was facing such men and capture, she had to fight them with everything she had. Chase said that he hadn't meant to scare her, but hoped to keep her safe. Still, it made her cry, and she only felt better when he sheltered her under his big arm. She realized that she had nothing with which to fight. Her knives had all been taken away. She wished she had been smarter, and before she left the castle, had taken a quick look in Violet's room to see if she could find any of her knives. She was so eager to get away that she never thought of it. She should have at least gone through the kitchens when she'd been down in the service areas and gotten a knife. She was so busy congratulating herself over a piece of string and that she had gotten away that she had never thought about getting a weapon. Chase was probably angry enough to come back to life and scold her for being so thoughtless. Her face burned with shame. She stopped when she saw a stout branch lying on the ground. She picked it up and tested its strength. It seemed sound. She whacked it against a fir tree, and it made a solid sound. It was a little heavier than she would have wanted to carry, but at least she had something. She slowed to a trot and kept moving, trying to put as much distance between her and the castle as she could. She didn't know when they would discover her missing, and she didn't know if Six could track as well as she could do everything else. Rachel wondered if Six might be able to gaze into a bowl of water and see where Rachel was. That made her run faster again. By early afternoon, she came across a trail. It looked like it headed roughly north. She knew that Aidendrill was somewhere to the north. She didn't know if she could find something that far away, but she couldn't think of anywhere else to go. If she could get back to the keep, back to Zed, he would help her. She was so deep in thought that she didn't even see the man until she almost ran into him. She looked up and realized that it was an Imperial Order soldier.
Well, well, what have we here?
As he started to reach down for her, Rachel swung the club with all her strength, whacking him across the knee. The man cried out and fell to the ground, clutching his knee, shouting curses at her. Page 523. Rachel tore off running. She took to the deer paths again because she was smaller and it was easier for her to negotiate them than it would be for big men. It sounded like there were suddenly a dozen men after her, crashing through the brush. She could hear the man she had clubbed, far back, still cursing up a storm, yelling at his fellows to get her. As she burst into a clearing, winded and nearly out of strength, she saw that there were men blocking the path ahead. They all started for her. Rachel ducked to the side and ran. It seemed like there were soldiers all around. She was in a panic, not knowing how to get away from them. She heard one man fall. She didn't look back, but kept running. She heard another fall, crying out briefly, then going silent. She wondered if, when running at breakneck speed, they were catching their feet in holes or twisting ankles on low vines. Another man let out a grunt. This time Rachel stopped and turned just long enough for a quick look. It had not been a fall or a twisted ankle. It had been a sound released in death. Rachel's eyes were wide as she stared. Another man shrieked like he was being skinned alive. Rachel wondered what kind of woods she was in and what monsters were loose in them. She turned and ran. She had no chance if the men got her. She didn't know what else was about, but she first had to keep from getting caught, or they were liable to slit her throat for giving them a difficult time. Suddenly, 3 men, charged out of the brush, roaring in rage. A little cry squeaked out as Rachel ran with all her strength and fear. The men, though, had longer legs and were catching her. One of them stopped suddenly. Rachel glanced back over a shoulder and saw the man arching his back as if in pain. She saw then a foot of steel jutting from his chest. The other two turned to the unexpected attack from behind. As the man who had been run through with a sword started to fall, Rachel's jaw fell open at what she saw behind him. It was Chase, big as life. She couldn't make sense of it. The two men charged him. Chase fought them with swift, powerful strikes, taking them both down as if doing no more than brushing aside pests, but at the same time more men poured out of the woods around them. She saw at least a half-dozen of the big Imperial Order soldiers to one side alone, charging the even bigger boundary warden. Rachel ran back as Chase fought all the men at once. When he killed a man to his side, a man to the other side used the opening to go for him. Rachel whacked the backs of his knees. His legs folded under him. Chase swung around and ran the man through, then met the fierce charge of yet more men, all of them grunting with the effort of trying to take down this one big man. They gritted their teeth as they growled and tried to grapple Chase's arms so other men could stab him. Rachel wailed away at them with all her strength, but to no avail. When one of the men fell dead, Rachel snatched the knife in a sheath at his belt and immediately stabbed the legs of a man going for Chase's back. He cried out and turned. Chase took him in an instant. All of a sudden, it was quiet, except for Rachel and Chase's labored breathing. All the men lay dead. Rachel stood staring up at Chase. She couldn't believe what she was seeing, couldn't believe her eyes. She feared that he might vanish like a phantom. He looked down at her, and that wonderful grin of his came over his face.
Chase, what are you doing here?
I came to see if you were all right.
All right? I was held captive in the castle. I thought you were dead. I had to rescue myself. What took you so long?
He shrugged.
I wouldn't have wanted to spoil your accomplishment. Isn't it better that you did it on your own?
Well,
she said, a bit perplexed, I could have used some help.
Is that so?
He appeared unmoved by her complaint.
You look to have managed.
But you don't know. It was terrible. They locked me up in the box again, and they locked my tongue so that I couldn't talk.
Chase eyed her askance.
I don't suppose you brought that tongue lock with you, did you? It sounds like a useful device.
Rachel grinned and hugged him around his waist. When she had at first met him, she had to hug his leg, because that was all she could reach. She basked in the comfort of his big hand on her back. It felt like everything in the world was right again.
I thought you were dead,
she said as she started to cry. He ruffled her chopped-off hair.
I wouldn't do that to you, little one. I promised to take care of you, and I meant it.
I guess that I'm stuck with being your daughter.
Guess so. Your hair is ugly, though. You'll have to grow it back if you want to stay with me. You can't keep chopping it off like that if you want to be my daughter. I told you that before.
Rachel grinned through her tears. Chase was alive. Chapter 52. With Kara right on her heels, Nietzsche strode through the immense brass-clad doors, covered in elaborate engraved symbols. A flickering flash of lightning came in through the dozen round-topped windows between the towering mahogany columns to illuminate row upon row of shelves all around the cavernous room. They had managed to patch only the worst of the damage to the 2-story tall windows, enough, they hoped, that the room could be used for its intended purpose as a containment field. Some of the heavy dark green velvet draperies with gold fringe were getting wet as rain blew in the remaining holes on some of the stronger gusts. Seeing what was in the center of the room, floating above the large table Nietzsche had once floated above herself, she hoped that a bit of errant rain would be all that came in through those missing parts of the windows. Rushing to meet her, Zed gripped her shoulders. Desperation was clearly evident in his eyes.
"Did you find him? He's alive, isn't he? Is he all right?"
Nietzsche took a breath.
Zed, he survived the events in the Sliff. I at least found out that much.
The Sliff had also already told them that much. Rika had been there guarding the well when the Sliff had unexpectedly returned. They were all surprised that the Sliff had returned at all, much less returned to tell them what had happened. The silver creature had abruptly been eager to talk, up to a point, to tell them what had happened to Richard. It wasn't because the Sliff wanted to tell where she had been with one of her travelers, but rather that Richard, her master, had told the Sliff to tell them that he was safe and where he had gone. She was eager to do his bidding. Unfortunately, the Sliff's nature was to be secretive, and they weren't able to get straight answers from her on much more of it. Zed had said that the Sliff wasn't being perverse. She simply couldn't help the way others had created her. She was being true to her nature. He said that they would just have to go along with the Sliff's way of revealing information and do their best to learn what they could from her. Zed had also detected on the Sliff the trace residue power left by a witch woman. They were pretty sure that it had to be Six. They weren't sure what Six was up to, but at least they knew from the Sliff that Richard had somehow escaped her clutches.
"But where is he? Did the Sliff take you there? Take you where she said she left him?"
She did.
Nietzsche glanced at the moored Sith and then laid a hand on Zed's shoulder.
After we got to the place where the Sliff had taken him, she then told us where he had gone, to the land of the night wisps. We still had to travel some distance to get there.
Zed stared in astonishment.
"The night wisps?"
"Yes, but Richard wasn't there."
"At least he's alive. It sounds like he was acting on his own volition and not that of a witch woman," Zed said, sounding a little relieved. "What did they say? What were the wisps able to tell you?"
Nietzsche heaved a sigh.
"I wish you could travel, so that you could have gone there, Zed. Maybe they would have told you more than they would tell us. They wouldn't even allow us to enter beyond this strange dead forest."
"Dead? Forest? What dead forest?"
Nietzsche lifted her hands.
"I don't know, Zed. I'm no expert in the outdoors. There was this vast area of oaks, but they were all dead."
"The oak wood is dead?"
Zed leaned closer to her.
"Are you serious? The oaks are dead?"
Nietzsche shrugged. "I guess. They were oak trees. Richard taught me what an oak was. They were all dead, though."
Zed glanced away as he scratched an eyebrow.
"Were there bones among these oaks?"
"Yes, that's right," Kara said, nodding. "There were bones scattered everywhere among those dead trees."
"Bags,"
Zed cursed under his breath. "Why?" Nietzsche asked. "What is it?"
Zed looked up.
"But you talked to the wisps?"
Nietzsche nodded. Tam, he said his name was.
Zed rubbed his chin as he stared off in thought.
Tam. Don't know him.
"There was another, named Jas," Nietzsche added. Zed's mouth twisted as he considered the name.
"I'm afraid I don't know that one either."
Jas said that Richard was looking for a woman that the wisps should know.
"That would have to be Kahlan," Zed said with a knowing nod.
"That's what we figured, too," Kara said.
"But why would he go to the wisps to look for her?"
His question sounded more for himself than for Nietzsche, but she answered it anyway.
"The Sliff wouldn't tell us about any of that part, only where she took him. Apparently Richard wasn't specific enough about what he instructed the Sliff to tell us. She won't go beyond her explicit instructions. Like you said, it's her nature. The wisps wouldn't tell us why he had been there either. They said that his reasons for being there were his own, and were not necessarily for others to know. They said that they couldn't reveal such things on his behalf."
"Not for others, but...
His voice ended in sputtering agitation. Zed looked back at both of them.
"But Didn't they tell you anything about what Richard was doing there? Anything at all? We have to know why he would go to the Wisps. He was on his way here, and then something happened to cost him his gift while traveling, probably something involving Six. So he went to the Wisps? Why? What did they tell him? What happened when he was there?
I'm sorry, Zed, Nietzsche said. We really weren't able to find out much. The Sliff did tell us some of it, what happened to Richard, where she took him, and that he went to the Wisps. But she either doesn't know anything more, or she simply doesn't want to tell us the rest of it for some reason. Richard never returned to the Sliff, but because he can no longer travel, that only makes sense. It could be that the Sliff really doesn't know anymore. Richard would probably have started out on foot. I imagine he would head back here to the keep. After all, that's where he was going when something went wrong in the Sliff. For some reason, he went to the Wisps, but that may have had more to do with geography than anything else. He was much closer to them than coming all the way back here, so he may have decided to make a quick stop there before heading back to us. It may be nothing more than that. As far as the Wisps, they wouldn't tell us much either. They wouldn't let us go beyond the dead trees, into those huge ancient trees beyond. But there is some good news in it. We at least know for sure that Richard is alive and that he went to the land of the Wisps. That's what matters. Richard is alive. Knowing Richard, he will try to find a horse as soon as possible, and will probably show up here before we know it. Zed squeezed her arm. You're right, my dear. It was a gesture that Nietzsche found comforting, almost as if it were a connection to Richard himself. It was the kind of reassurance Richard himself would have offered at such a troubling moment. Zed suddenly frowned. You said the Wisps wouldn't let you into the big pines? Nietzsche nodded. That's right. They wouldn't let us proceed any farther than the dead oak woods, or allow us to see the other Wisps. In a way, it makes sense. Zed ran a finger up along his temple as he considered. The Wisps are secretive creatures, and don't generally allow anyone into their land. But it seems odd under the circumstances, and with word from me, that they wouldn't welcome you in. They're dying. Zed's eyes turned up at her. What? Tam said that the Wisps were dying out, and that was why they didn't want us to enter. He said that it's a time of great strife among the Wisps, great sadness and worry. They didn't want strangers among them right now. Dear spirits, Zed whispered. Richard was right. Nietzsche's insides tightened with anxiety. What are you talking about? Richard is right about what? The oaks dying. They protect the land of the Wisps. The Wisps are dying, too. It's part of a cascade of events. Richard already told us why in this very room. As if I needed yet more reason to believe him. Yet more reason? What do you mean by that? He took Nietzsche's elbow and turned her toward the spell forms floating above the table. Look here. Zed, Nietzsche said in admonition. That's the chain fire verification web. And it looks suspiciously like an interior perspective. That's right. I know I'm right. The question is, what's going on? What are you up to? I found a way to ignite a kind of simulation of an interior perspective, one without you needing to be in it. It isn't the same in every respect, he said with a dismissive gesture, but for the purpose I had in mind, it was good enough. Nietzsche was astonished that he had been able to do such a thing. It was almost somewhat disquieting to again see the very thing that had almost taken her life. But that wasn't at all what she found most disturbing. Why are there two of them? She asked. There is only one chain fire spell. Why are there two spell forms here? Zed flashed her a wry smile. Ah, there is the trick of it. You see, Richard claimed that the chimes had been present in the world of life. If that were true, their presence would have contaminated the world of life, would have contaminated magic. And yet none of us has seen any evidence of it.
That is the paradox of such contamination. It erodes your ability to detect its presence. I wanted to find a way to see if Richard was right. Richard Rahl is right. Zed shrugged one bony shoulder at her emphatic declaration. But I needed to see if I could actually find any evidence. I didn't understand all that emblem business Richard was going on about. I believe in him too, Nietzsche, but I don't understand how he can see language in symbols the way he does, how he was able to come to the conclusions that he does. I need to see proof I understand. Nietzsche folded her arms as she stared at the twin spell forms. I guess I know how you feel. I believe in him, and he makes sense, but I sometimes feel lost, like I used to as a novice, when there would be a test on things that were taught when I hadn't been in class. When Richard... Nietzsche fell silent. Her arms came unfolded. Zed, those two spell forms aren't the same. His smile grew sly. I know that. Nietzsche stepped closer to the table, closer to the two forms made of glowing lines. She inspected them more carefully. She pointed at one. That one is the chain-fire spell. I recognize it. This other is identical, but it's not the same. It's a mirror image of the real spell. I know. He looked rather proud of himself. That's impossible. I thought so, too, but then I remembered a book named The Book of Inversion and Duplex. Nietzsche rounded on the old wizard. You know where the Book of Inversion and Duplex is? Zed gestured vaguely. Well, yes, I managed to lay my hands on a copy. Nietzsche eyed him suspiciously. Lay your hands on a copy? Zed cleared his throat. The point is, he said, taking her arm and turning her back to the glowing lines and the subject at hand, I remembered from reading that book many, many years ago that it talked about techniques to duplex spell forms. It never made any sense to me at the time. Why would anyone want to duplex a spell form? But there was more. The book went on to give instructions on how to invert the spell form that had first been duplexed. Craziest thing I'd ever heard of. At the time, I dismissed the book and its obscure procedures. What could be the purpose of such a thing? Who would ever need to do such a thing? No one, I thought. He held up a finger. And then, when thinking about the possibility of contamination left by the chimes, and trying to think of a way to prove Richard's theory, I suddenly remembered reading that book once, and it hit me. I knew why someone would want to duplicate and invert a spell form. Nietzsche was getting lost. All right, I give up. Why? Zed gestured excitedly to the two spell forms. This is why. Look, this one is the original, much like the one you were in, but without some of the more complex and unstable elements. Zed waved a hand, stressing that it was beside the point. We don't need them for this purpose. This one here is the exact same spell, duplicated and then inverted. It's a copy. I understand that much of it, Nietzsche said, but I still don't see what purpose it could serve to perform such a strange analysis. Smiling knowingly, Zed touched his fingers to the side of her shoulder. Flaws. Flaws? What about... Nietzsche gasped with comprehension. When you turn a spell inside out and backward, the flaw won't invert. That's right, Zed said with an impish twinkle and an instructive shake of his first finger. The flaw won't invert. It can't. The spell form is just a demonstration of the spell, a surrogate for something real. Therefore, it can be manipulated, inverted. It's not the real spell. You couldn't invert a real spell. But flaws are not subject to the influence of the magic in books of instruction. Only the specific target magic is. The flaw is real. The flaw resides whole. Zed turned solemn with the deadly serious nature of the material issue. When the spell form is activated, It carries with it the flaw, which is already embedded. When you duplicate the spell form, it carries the same flaw. But then when you invert it, the flaw can't invert because it's real, not a stand-in for something real like spell forms are. Don't forget that contamination was what nearly killed you. Nietzsche looked from Zed's intense hazel eyes to the two glowing spell forms. They were mirrored. She started searching the structure, seeing each line, each element, looking to the other spell form that was the same but flipped. And then she saw it. There, she breathed, pointing. That part there is identical in both. It's not flipped. It's not a mirror image like everything else. It's the same in both of these, while everything else is inverted. Exactly, Zed said in triumph. Hence the purpose of the Book of Inversion and Duplex, to discover flaws that can't otherwise be seen or detected. Nietzsche stared at the old man, seeing him in a new light. She had known of the Book of Inversion and Duplex, but like everyone else who had studied it, she had never understood its purpose. There had been debate about it, of course, but no one could ever offer a purpose for such an esoteric book of magic. It defied the conventional wisdom on the functioning and purpose of magic. In the end, it had been dismissed as a mere curiosity from a time past. In fact, it had been presented in lectures as just that, an oddity, a relic of ancient times, useless, but nonetheless an object of note simply because it had survived. Zed, like Richard, never dismissed any bit of knowledge. Like all knowledge collected, he kept it catalogued somewhere in the back of his mind in case it ever came up again. When he had trouble finding an answer, he would check his memory of forgotten things residing in an index in some dusty corner of his mind. Richard did the same thing. Knowledge, once acquired, remained in his arsenal. It enabled him to put things together in new ways, to come up with surprising solutions that often challenged old established ways of doing things. Many people found such a way of thinking, especially when it had to do with magic, treading dangerously close to heresy. Nietzsche saw its true value. Real answers to problems came from just such a process of thought, logic, and reason, all based on what was known. It was the essence of a seeker, the foundation of what he did in his search for truth. It was also one of the central qualities about Richard that so captivated Nietzsche. He was a student without formal training who was able to intuitively grasp the most complex issues in a way no one else could. Zed leaned in, pulling Nietzsche with him. Look here. See this? Do you recognize it? The part that didn't invert? Nietzsche shook her head. No. What is it? It's the contamination left by the chimes. This I recognize. This is the spider in the web of magic. Nietzsche straightened. This proves that Richard was right, then. The boy got it right, Zed agreed. I don't really understand how, but he had it exactly right. Once it's isolated like this, I recognize the corrosion left by the chimes, the same as I recognize the reddish-brown scale of rust. He was able to see it in the language of the lines, and he was right. The spell is contaminated. The source of that contamination was the chimes. This is the mechanism by which the chimes erode and destroy magic. If it has infected this spell, it has to have infected other things of magic as well. Is that what's killing the night wisps? Kara asked. I'm afraid it would seem that way, Zed told her. The oaks around their home place are also invested with protective magic. That both the oaks and the wisps are dying out together is suspicious in the extreme. Nietzsche walked to the windows, watching the indistinct fits of lightning through the opaque glass. Creatures of magic are dying out, just as Richard told us. She missed him so much
That mournful anguish passed through her like the shadow of death itself, darkening her soul. She felt like she would shrivel and die if she didn't see him soon. She felt like she could not survive if she never got the chance to see him again, see the life in his gray eyes.
Zed, do you think he was right about the rest of it? Do you think that there really were dragons, and we've all forgotten that there were such things in the world? Do you think Richard was right, that the world we knew is passing out of existence, vanishing into the realm of legend?
Zed sighed.
I don't know, my dear. I really don't. I'd like to think the boy is wrong in that much of it. But I learned a long time ago not to bet against Richard.
Nietzsche smiled to herself. She had learned the same thing. Chapter 53.
Nietzsche, Zed said, hesitating as he gestured vaguely, seeming to search for words, you are, well, someone who holds Richard in the same regard as I do. Feels a similar passion and loyalty for him. In many ways, you almost seem like...
He threw his hands up and let them flop back down at his sides.
I don't know.
Zed, you, Kara, me, we all love Richard, if that's what you're trying to say.
I guess that's the core of it. I don't have any recollection at all of Kahlan, but I imagine I must think of you in much the same way I can only imagine I must have thought of her, as more than just his confidant, sharing the same struggle.
Nietzsche felt as if she had just been hit by lightning. She dared not allow herself to even begin to consider the emotional charge in his words. With the greatest of difficulty, she managed to keep her composure and merely twitch her brow, finally asking, "What are you getting at?"
Like Kara and Richard, I've come to think a great deal of you, especially considering what I thought of you in the beginning. I've come to trust you, like I say, as I would trust a daughter-in-law.
Nietzsche swallowed, but didn't meet his gaze.
Thank you, Zed. Considering where I came from, and what I thought of myself in the beginning, that means more to me than you could know. To have people actually, sincerely...
She cleared her throat, and finally looked up at him. Despite how his words hit her, she didn't think that he meant them to have any meaning, but merely to preface something important.
You want to tell me something?
He nodded.
I've learned some other things, greatly disturbing things. I would not tell anyone else such things, but, well, other than Richard himself, there is no one I would trust more than you and Kara. You two have become more than friends in all of this. I'm only trying to find a way to express to you how much...
When his words trailed away, and he stared off into the distance, Nietzsche gently laid a hand on his shoulder.
We'll get him back, Zed. I promise you that. But you're right in how we feel about him. Richard completely changed my life. If there's something you need to talk about, I would like to think that you can trust Kara and me almost as much as you would trust Richard. I think that's what you're getting at. We all feel the same about him, and about our cause. Well, she tapped her fingertips together. You know what I mean.
Fearing she'd already said too much, Nietzsche felt her face turning red.
What I'm trying to say, Zed finally said, is that I need your help. And I want you to know what you both mean to me. That I do not now reveal these things lightly or capriciously. All my life I've kept secrets because they had to be kept. It's not the easiest thing to do, but that's just the way it is. Things have changed, though, and I can no longer keep certain knowledge to myself. There is so much more involved now than there ever was before.
Nietzsche nodded and turned her full attention to the wizard.
I understand. I'll do what I can to be worthy of your trust.
Zed pursed his lips. That book, the Book of Inversion and Duplex, was hidden in a place no one but me knows exists. It was in the catacombs beneath the keep. Nietzsche shared a look with Kara. Zed, she asked, are you saying that there are bones beneath the keep? And there are books there as well? Zed nodded. A lot of books. That was where I found the Book of Inversion and Duplex. He took a few steps away to stare at the windows flickering with light from the storm beyond the containment field. No one that I'm aware of ever knew the place of the bones was down there. I found it when I was a boy. I knew that no other person had been in there for ages. Not a single footprint had marred the dust on the floors in thousands of years. I was the first to make a mark in that dust of ages. I did not need to be told the significance of that fact. As a boy, it rather frightened me to find those ancient catacombs. I was already spooked because I was trying to find a way to sneak back into the keep. When I found the catacombs, I knew instinctively that it would not be hidden as it was unless there was a good reason. So, as much as I wanted to at times, I never told anyone about it. I almost felt as if the place had allowed me entry, but in return required my silence. I not only took my attitude of responsibility seriously, I felt genuinely protective of such an undiscovered place. It contained, after all, the remains of a great many people, perhaps even my own ancestors. I knew that there were always those who would exploit such a find, and I didn't want that to happen to a place so clearly held in sacred regard by those who had hidden it. Added to that, I felt rather guilty for having disturbed such a burial place for the feeble reason of trying to sneak back in to avoid getting in trouble for having gone out without permission in the first place. I had slipped out of the keep to go to the market down in Aidendrill to look at all the exciting baubles being hawked there. It seemed so much more fascinating than the dry studies to which I was supposed to be devoting my time. After my chance discovery, I quietly asked veiled questions and found that not even the old wizards I knew had any knowledge of the place beneath the keep. Over time, I came to realize that such a place was not even suspected, much less rumored to exist. As a boy, I had a lot of studies that took up nearly all my time. Back then, there were many people living in the keep, and with my assignments, I never had a chance to spend, in total, more than a couple of hours down there. I quickly found that there were many of the same books that we had up in the keep. So, as a boy, I came to believe that it wasn't as important a find as I had at first believed it to be. He smiled distantly. I fancied myself a great explorer, discovering ancient treasures. This treasure was mostly bones and books. There were endless dry books up here in the keep that I had to study, so yet more books wasn't exactly as exciting as thoughts of constructed spells encased in amber or jewel-encrusted curses. But there was none of that down there, just crumbling bones and old books. There are rooms upon rooms down in the catacombs filled with dusty old books. I never had much time to explore those rooms. I can't even begin to guess at the numbers of books hidden down there. I never had time to do more than look at a small sampling. As I said, many I'd seen before up in the keep, and of the ones I hadn't, at such a young age, none of them impressed me enough to remember, except a few, such as the Book of Inversion and Duplex. When I grew up, I fell in love with the most wonderful woman, and soon she was my wife. She gave birth to the other light in my life, a daughter, who grew up to be Richard's mother. As a young wizard working at the keep,
There was always more to do than there were hours in the day. There was no time to spend down among old bones. And then the world was cast into a terrible war with Dahara. It was a dark time of terrible struggle. I had become first wizard. The battles were gruesome, as battles always are. I had to send men to die. I had to look into the eyes of wizards, young and old, that I knew were not up to the challenges, and tell them to do their best, when I knew their best would not be good enough, and they would likely die in the effort. I knew in my heart that if I were to do it myself, it would get done, and I could make it work. But there were a lot of those kinds of tasks that needed to be done, and only one of me. At times I found responsibility, knowledge, and ability were a curse. To look at all the innocent people counting on me as first wizard, and know that if I failed they would die, was almost more than I could endure. In that respect, I know exactly what Richard is going through. I have been in his place. I have carried the world on my shoulders. He gestured to dismiss his melancholy departure from the subject at hand. Anyway, with all my other responsibilities, the catacombs lay mostly forgotten, as they had for thousands of years before I ever came along. I simply had no time to look into what might be down there. From my limited search as a boy, I believed that there was nothing to be found but old and comparatively unimportant books buried along with forgotten bones. There seemed to be so many more pressing matters of life and death. To me, the most important thing about the catacombs was that they provided a secret passage for me to enter the keep. That passage came to be invaluable when the Sisters of the Dark took the Wizard's Keep. Back when I was younger, after the war in which my wife had died, the Council and I had a bitter dispute over the boxes of Orden. And then, Darken Ral raped my daughter. So I left the Midlands, quit it for good, taking my daughter with me through the boundary to Westland. She was all I had left, and all that mattered to me. I thought I would live out all my days beyond the boundary in Westland. Then Richard was born. I watched him grow. My daughter was so proud of him. I secretly worried that he had the gift, and fretted that forces from beyond the boundaries would one day come for him. And then there was a fire, and all of a sudden my daughter, Richard's mother, was gone from my life, from Richard's life. I turned to Richard for solace. I gave him everything I could that would help him be all he could be. I had some of the best times of my life with him. Unbeknownst to me, as I did my best to forget the outside world, Anne and Nathan, driven by prophecy, had helped George Cypher recover the Book of Counted Shadows from the Wizard's Keep. It had been stored in the First Wizard's private enclave, where I had left it for safekeeping.
Wait a minute, Nietzsche said, stopping his story. You mean to tell me that the Book of Counted Shadows, one of the most important books in existence, was just lying around in the keep?
Well, he said, not exactly lying around. Like I said, it was in the First Wizard's enclave. That's more secure than the keep in general, and not exactly an easy place to breach.
If it's so secure, Nietzsche reminded him, then how did Anne and Nathan and George Cypher get in to take the book? Zed sighed as he looked up at her from under his bushy eyebrows.
Therein lies what has come to trouble me. The only copy of a book that important being that vulnerable...
That's what Richard was going to tell you, Nietzsche said with a sudden flash of comprehension. That's why he was in such a hurry to get back here. He said he had to get to you right away. That was the reason.
Zed frowned. What are you talking about?
She stepped closer to the wizard and pulled the small book from her pocket. This is the book that Darken Ral used to put the boxes of Orden in play.
It's what? This is the book that Dark and Rahl used to put the boxes of Orden in play, she repeated to the astonished wizard. We found it at the People's Palace. I promised Richard that I would study it and see if there was a way to undo what Sister Ulyssia had done, see if there was a way to perhaps take the boxes of Orden back out of play. I tried to explain to Richard that magic doesn't work that way, but you know Richard. He doesn't so easily accept that something can't be done. Zed stared at the book she was holding up as if it were a viper that might bite someone. That boy has a way of turning over rocks and finding trouble. Zed, this warns that to use this book, the key must be used. Otherwise, without the key, everything that has come before, meaning what has been used from this book, will not only be sterile, but fatal. It says that within 1 full year, the key must be used to complete what has been wrought with this book. The key, Zed whispered, as if it were the end of the world. The boxes must be opened within 1 year of being put into play. You need the Book of Counted Shadows to open the boxes. That book has to be the key. I think so, too, Nietzsche said. The thing is, we found information from back at the time of the Great War, saying that some wizards had made 5 copies of the book that was never to be copied. And you think that the book that was never to be copied was the Book of Counted Shadows? Yes. There is a book of prophecy that says, they will tremble in fear at what they have done, and cast the shadow of the key among the bones. Zed was staring at her as if his world were crumbling apart. Dear spirits, that sounds like it's from Yankley's yarns. That's right. The thing is, Nietzsche said, all the copies but 1 were false copies. 5 copies. 4 false, 1 true copy. Zed pressed a hand to his forehead. Nietzsche noticed that his breathing was faster than normal. He looked on the verge of passing out. Zed, what is it? His fingers were trembling. You know what you said about the Book of Counted Shadows being too easy to steal? That was always my thought, too, but not something I consciously dwelled on. It was more one of those thoughts in the back of your mind that never fully surfaces. Yes, Nietzsche said, waiting patiently until he went on. Well, when I remembered the Book of Inversion and Duplex, I finally remembered where I had seen it as a boy. The catacombs. I needed it to test this spell. So while you were gone with Richard to the People's Palace, I went back into the catacombs and looked for the Book of Inversion and Duplex. Nietzsche knew what he was going to say before he said it. And while I was searching for the Book of Inversion and Duplex, I found a copy of the Book of Counted Shadows. They will tremble in fear at what they have done and cast the shadow of the key among the bones, Nietzsche quoted again. Zed nodded. All my life I never knew there was a copy of that book. I had been taught that there were no other copies. I had been taught that there was only 1 copy. That alone told me how important that book was. But if it's so important, then why was it not in a safer place? That question was what always stuck in the back of my mind. That was one of the reasons I was so angry with the council for giving the boxes of Orden away as gifts or favors. I knew how dangerous those boxes were, but no one would believe me. They all thought that the things I told them were only ancient superstitions or children's tales. Part of the reason that no one believed the truth of the danger that the boxes represented was that the book that was needed to put the boxes in play had never been found. Without the book, the boxes were only a fanciful tale. He pointed at the book in Nietzsche's hand. In fact, no one ever knew the name of that book. The title looks to be in High Daharan. We'll need someone to translate it. I can read High Daharan, Nietzsche said. Of course you can, Zed said, as if nothing could surprise him anymore.
What is its name, then?
The Book of Life.
Zed turned nearly as white as his wavy hair. Apparently he was not yet beyond shock.
The Book of Life,
he repeated, as he wiped a hand wearily across his face.
What an appropriate name, he said. The power of Orden is spawned from life itself. Open the correct box, and one gains the power of Orden, the essence of life itself, power over all things living and dead. They would have unchallenged power. Open the wrong box, and the magic would claim them. They're dead. But open the other wrong box, and every living thing in existence is incinerated into nothingness. It would be the end of all life. The magic of Orden is twin to the magic of life itself, and death is part of everything that lives. So the magic of Orden is tied to death as well as to life. And the key is the means to know which box is which. The person opening them can take a chance, but they would be foolish to do so without using the key first, to be sure of which is which.
Foolish, Nietzsche said, like Sisters of the Dark, who don't necessarily care if they open the wrong box. Zed could only stare at her.
So, you were saying that you found one of the copies?
Kara finally said, when Zed had fallen silent for a time, lost in thought. Nietzsche was relieved that Kara was the one to prompt him when he looked so stricken by contemplation of events so terrible she probably couldn't even begin to imagine them.
I'm afraid that's not even the worst of it, he said. You see, Richard memorized the Book of Counted Shadows as a boy. George Cypher feared that the book would fall into the wrong hands, but he was wise enough that he didn't dare destroy the knowledge the book contained, so he had Richard memorize it. After Richard had learned every word, he and George Cypher, the man who had raised him, and who at the time Richard believed was his father, burned the Book of Counted Shadows. When Darken Ral captured Richard and was opening the boxes, he made Richard read out the instructions from the Book of Counted Shadows. I don't recall how, probably as a result of the chain fire spell. The point is, I was there. I remember that part quite well because I was so shocked. For two reasons. First, to learn that the book had been stolen from my enclave at the keep for Richard to memorize, and secondly, because it was a book of magic, and that fact meant that Richard could only memorize and speak the words because he was gifted. When I found the copy of the Book of Counted Shadows down in the catacombs, I was shaken to my core. I read it, and sure enough, it was word for word exactly what Richard had memorized.
Nietzsche cocked her head.
It was the same? Are you sure?
Positive, Zed said emphatically. The two were identical.
Nietzsche was beginning to feel sick herself.
That can mean only one of two things. Either one was the original, and the other the one true copy of the key, or else they were both false keys, false copies.
No, they couldn't be false, Zed insisted. When Richard read the book out, he left out an important element at the very end. It was by leaving out that one piece of the book that he defeated Darken Ral. He, in essence, turned it into a false copy, thus tricking Darken Ral to defeat him. As I often told Richard, sometimes a trick is the best magic.
Nietzsche laid the book on the table.
That doesn't necessarily mean it's the true key and not the false. Look at this.
She laid the Book of Life open and tapped a page in the very beginning that had only one thing all by itself on the page to emphasize how important, how central it was.
This is the introductory statement to the Book of Life. I already translated it. It's a warning to anyone who would read this book. It says, "Those who have come here to hate should leave now, for in their hatred they only betray themselves."
Zed squinted at the words in High Daharan all by themselves on the page.
So you are saying what? That because Darken Ral turned to the boxes of Orden out of hate, he would have been destroyed by the true Book of Counted Shadows just the same as by a false one?
That's one possibility, Nietzsche said. Zed shook his head.
I don't believe that. Some magic works by reading intent. The Sword of Truth works that way. People who hate don't usually recognize that vile taint within themselves. They spew their hatred as righteous. That corruption is what makes them so evil and so dangerous. They are able to do the most despicable things and think themselves heroes for having done them.
Then you are going to tell me that you believe that it was coincidence? Luck? That both those books just happened to be the only true keys? And they just happened to be that close together? You think that the wizards who made the copies, sending them to distant, hidden places, would have put the one true copy here right near the only other true key? What would be the purpose of scattering the copies? Zed rubbed his chin with his fingertips as he thought it over.
I see what you mean.
With books like this, there has to be a way to confirm the copies, to validate them.
There is, Zed told her. In the beginning of the Book of Counted Shadows, it says, verification of the truth of the words of the Book of Counted Shadows, if spoken by another rather than read by the one who commands the boxes, can only be ensured by the use of a confessor. A copy constitutes spoken by another, he said. The person making the copy is, in essence, speaking it. The reader is not actually reading the original, unless it's the original key, and that original key is actually being read by the one who put the boxes in play. This forewarning invokes the necessity of verification.
Kahlan, Nietzsche said. The other two looked at her, and by the looks on their faces they understood her meaning. Zed, Nietzsche finally asked into the silence, none of us remembers Kahlan. If we could find her, and if we could somehow fix this chain fire spell or something, is there a way to make her remember what she right now would not recall? Zed's gaze wandered to the glowing spell forms above the table.
No.
Nietzsche hadn't expected such certainty.
Are you sure? About as sure as I can be. The spell destroys memory. It doesn't cover it over or block it from access. It destroys it. It doesn't make people forget. It actually erases the memory. To the person upon whom such a terrible thing was unleashed, their memory is gone.
But there must be some way, Kara insisted. Some magic this or that will restore her mind.
Restore it with what? What none of us can recall? Memory is the stuff of life. Magic functions in specific ways, as do all things that exist. Magic is not some superintelligent consciousness behind a veil that knows what we want to accomplish and can pull a person's entire memory, their entire life, out of a pocket and hand it back just because we wish it.
Kara didn't look convinced.
But Kent, look at it this way. If I push that book off the table, it will fall to the floor. The invisible force of gravity makes it happen. Gravity functions in a specific way. I can't wave my arms and by my wish command gravity to go make me dinner. Same with magic and memory. The chain fire spell destroyed her memory. It can't be brought back. You can't restore what was and is no longer there. You just can't. What's gone is gone.
Kara drew her hand down her long blonde braid. Then it sounds like we're in a lot of trouble.
Trouble indeed, the wizard conceded.
Nietzsche wanted to say that Richard's heart was in a lot of trouble, but she dared not say such a thing out loud. She felt despondent for him, for what he would one day have to face, but she didn't want to be the one to point it out.
Then, if Richard finds her,
Nietzsche asked in a weak voice, What is he to do? Zed, hands clasped behind his back, stared at her a moment before looking away. "There's another way to confirm the true copy," Kara said. Zed and Nietzsche both frowned at her, both relieved to have a diversion. "You can find the other copies," she said, "and compare them. The one Richard memorized is gone. So, if you find the others, you can compare them. The one that's different has to be the one true copy. The other 4 that are all the same have to be the false keys." Zed arched an eyebrow. "And what if the people who made the false keys were worried that one day a clever Mord Sith would think of that, and so they made all the copies different from one another, so that they couldn't be compared?" Kara made a face. "Oh." Nietzsche threw up her arms. "How would he even go about finding the others anyway? I mean, they've been hidden for 3,000 years. "Not only that," Zed said, "but Nathan told us that there were catacombs under the Palace of the Prophets, and that place was destroyed. I know, I set the light spell myself. There would be nothing left. And even if somehow a pocket of the catacombs survived, the palace was built on an island. After the island was destroyed, water would have flooded any underground room that hadn't already been ruined. That one copy, if one of them was there, has already been destroyed. Was it a true or a false key? What if, over all this time, others have been destroyed? The question remains, how to tell if the one Richard knows and the one I found are the only true keys?" Nietzsche stared off. "I'm afraid they might be false copies, the one Richard memorized and the one you found down in the catacombs." Zed began pacing. "I don't know any way to be sure." "There might be 2 ways," she said. "The first I can't swear to yet. I've only just started translating the Book of Life. But there is material having to do with the mention of using the key. It says that if the person who put the boxes in play fails to use the key properly, the boxes will be destroyed, along with the one who put them in play." "Use the key properly," Zed said, deep in thought. "That seems to me to say that if Darken Rahl would have failed to use the true key properly, such as by leaving off the last part, as you said Richard did when reciting it back to him, he would have been destroyed. But so would the boxes of Auden. As we know, the boxes of Auden weren't destroyed. So that tells me Richard may very well have read him the false key, and Darken Rahl simply opened the wrong box and it destroyed him. It doesn't say that the boxes will be destroyed if a false key is used, because at the time this was written, there were no false keys yet. So that problem hadn't been taken into consideration when this material was all created." Zed frowned in thought. "Are you sure of this?" "No," Nietzsche admitted. "It's complex, and I've only just started to translate it. I scanned that part because it pertained to using the key to complete the required steps. It also has formulas that have to be taken into account. I'm only giving you my preliminary impression." Nietzsche ran her fingers back into her hair with one hand. She stood before the table with the open book on it, with her other hand on a hip. "Do you see what I mean, though?" She gestured down at the book. "If Richard had corrupted the true key, making Darken Rahl pick the wrong box, this seems to indicate that the boxes would have been destroyed along with Darken Rahl. That seems to support the idea that Richard memorized a false key." "Maybe. You said you weren't sure of that yet." Zed rubbed the back of his neck as he paced. "Let's not make the error of jumping to conclusions." Nietzsche nodded. "You said there was something else you were going on?" Zed asked. Nietzsche nodded, and then quoted the central prophecy, the one Nathan had told them. "In the year of the cicadas, when the champion of sacrifice and suffering, under the banner of both mankind and the light, finally splits his swarm, thus shall be the sign that prophecy has been awakened and the final and deciding battle is upon us. Be cautioned, for all true forks and their derivatives are tangled in this mantic root. Only one trunk branches from this conjoined primal origin. If Fuegrisa Ost Drauka does not lead this final battle, then the world, already standing at the brink of darkness, will fall under that terrible shadow. Do you see? Nietzsche asked. The champion of sacrifice and suffering under the banner of both mankind and the light is Jagang and the imperial order. The next words say that when he finally splits his swarm, thus shall be the sign that prophecy has been awakened and the final and deciding battle is upon us. He has split his army. Half is holding the passes, while the other half has gone around to come up through Dahara from the south. As it says, the final and deciding battle is upon us. As if to confirm what she had said, a fit of lightning flickered through the windows, accompanied by thunder rumbling the keep beneath their feet. Zed frowned.
I'm not following your reasoning.
Why did Anne and Nathan steal the book in the first place for Richard? Because they misinterpreted prophecy. They thought the final battle was Darken Ral. They thought that Richard needed the Book of Counted Shadows to fight Darken Ral in the final battle. They found the only copy in existence. They thought. Don't you see? That was too easy. Richard was born to fight this battle now with Jagang, and with what the Sisters of the Dark have done by putting the Boxes of Auden in play. This now is an extension of the same final battle begun with Darken Ral. I think the prophecies may hint that Richard learned the wrong key. Be cautioned, for all true forks and their derivatives are tangled in this mantic root. All true forks, true keys, are on the prophetic root of this final battle. It says that the other forks are false. Maybe other forks contain the false keys. Couldn't it be said that the battle against Darken Ral was a false fork? Anne and Nathan didn't know enough at the time. Not enough events had unfolded. So they went down that fork, preparing Richard to fight Darken Ral, not Jagang. But this prophecy says, if Fuegrisa Ost Drauka does not lead this final battle, then the world, already standing at the brink of darkness, will fall under that terrible shadow. That terrible shadow is the power of Auden unleashed by the Sisters of the Dark. They want to darken the world of life. Anne, Nathan, and Richard were preparing for the wrong battle. This is the battle he was meant to fight. Zed paced, his face creased in thought. He halted finally and turned to her. Maybe, Nietzsche, maybe. You've spent a great deal more time studying prophecy than I have. Maybe you have something. But then, maybe you don't. Prophecy, as Nathan has explained, is not subject to study the way you have just explained. Prophecy is a means of communication between prophets. It can't necessarily be studied, analyzed, or understood by those without the gift for prophecy. Just like Anne and Nathan may have jumped to conclusions without sufficient information, I think it's also too early for you to draw such conclusions. Nietzsche nodded, conceding his point. I hope you're right, Zed. I really do. This is not an argument I want to win. I'm only bringing it up because I think we need to consider the implications. He nodded. There is something else to consider. Richard doesn't take to prophecy. He is a creature of free will, and prophecy has a way of having to open up to accommodate him. In this case, with Darken Ral, maybe Darken Ral was a false fork. But had he won, there are prophetic roots to cover that eventuality as well. Proponents of prophecy would have pointed to them to confirm that Darken Ral was the true root. We would now find ourselves on one of those other branches, and this one would be false.
You can find a prophecy to support just about any belief.
I don't know, Nietzsche said as she ran her fingers back through her hair. Perhaps you're right. She was so tired. She needed to get some sleep. Maybe then she could think more clearly. Maybe her worry was causing her to race down false trails.
There is no way we can say at this point if the copies of the Book of Counted Shadows, the one I found and the one Richard knows, are true keys or false.
So, what are we going to do? She asked. Zed halted his pacing and faced her.
We're going to get Richard back, and he is going to find a way to stop this threat.
Nietzsche smiled. He had a way of making her feel better in the darkest of times, just the way Richard did.
But I'll tell you one thing, Zed said. Before that time comes, we had better find out if the key he memorized is the true or the false key.
Nietzsche closed the cover on the Book of Life and picked it up, holding it in the crook of her arm. I need to learn this whole book, cover to cover. I need to find out if there is a way to do what Richard asked of me. Take the boxes back out of play, or somehow annul the threat. Failing that, I had better know it inside and out, so that I can hopefully be useful to Richard in finding an answer to it all. Zed appraised her eyes.
That's going to be a great deal of work. It's going to take a lot of time. A book that complex could take months to fully understand. I only hope we have that much time. I have to say, though, that I agree with you. I guess that you had better get started right away.
Nietzsche slipped the book back into a pocket of her dress. I guess that I had better. There may be books here that would help. If there are any I can think of, or that are mentioned, I'll let you know. From what I've seen so far, there are technical matters I may need help with. If I get stuck, I could use the help of the first wizard.
Zed smiled. You have it, my dear.
She shook a finger at him. But if you come up with a way to find Richard, you had better tell me before you finish having the thought.
Zed's smile widened. Agreed.
What if we don't find Lord Rahl? Kara asked. The other two stared at her. Thunder rumbled through the distant valley. Rain pattered steadily against the windows. We'll get him back, Nietzsche insisted, refusing to consider the unthinkable.
Nothing is ever easy, Zed muttered.
Chapter 54. Despite how weary she was of riding, Kahlan was awestruck by the sight rising up in the distance. Past a dark flood tide of men of the Imperial Order, across the purple-gray shadows settling across the vast plain, rose an enormous plateau, catching the last golden rays of the setting sun. On that plateau stood a place as vast as any city. The high outer walls glowed in the waning evening light. White marble, stucco, and stone making up the vast array of buildings in an endless variety of sizes, shapes, and heights, shimmered with the departing blush of daylight. Roofs sheltered the place from the coming cold night of the dying season, as if gathering it all up under protective skirts. It was like seeing something good, something noble, something beautiful. After all she had seen for endless weeks of travel had been grim, brooding men restless for someone upon whom to vent their vile nature. It felt to Kahlan as if it were a desecration having these men in the shadow of such a place as this. She felt ashamed to be among the profane rabble gathered at the feet of such a shining accomplishment of man so proudly rising up before them. Just looking at the place for some reason made her heart sing. Though she couldn't recall ever having seen it before, she felt as if she should have. All around them were grunting men, baying mules, snorting horses, creaking wagons, and the clang of armor and weapons. The sounds of the beast come to slay all that was good. The stench was like a toxic cloud that always followed along with them to serve to remind anyone they came upon just how unwholesome these men really were. As if anyone would need the additional clue. All around Kahlan rode the special guards, who for weeks now had kept a watchful eye on her. There were 43 of them. Kahlan had counted, so that she could keep track of them all. She had made it her business as they traveled to learn their faces, their habits. She knew which ones were clumsy, which were stupid, which were smart, and which were good with weapons. As a game, while riding endless day after endless day, she studied their strengths and weaknesses, planning and visualizing how she could kill each and every last one of them. So far, she had not killed any. She had decided that her best chance in the long run was to go along for now with whatever she was told to do, to be compliant, to be obedient. The men had all been warned that she belonged to Jagang, and they were not to lay a finger on her, except to keep her from escaping. Kahlan wanted to blend into the monotony of daily life, to have the men guarding her become lulled into thinking of her as innocuous, harmless, even cowed, so that she became just another one of their tedious chores. She'd had a number of opportunities to kill several of the men. She never took that opportunity, no matter how easy it would have been, choosing instead to let them feel comfortable, safe, even bored with her. Such inattention to the danger she represented would one day serve her better than a useless attack that, for now, could not really accomplish anything. It would not help her escape, and would only cause Jagang to use the collar, if not his hands, to bring her pain. While he needed no excuse, she saw no purpose to giving him a good one. The only one not lulled into indifference and carelessness was Jagang himself. He did not misjudge her or her will. He seemed to enjoy watching her tactics, even tactics as uninteresting as doing nothing. Like her, he carried patience in his arsenal. He was the only one not to let his guard down for an instant. Kahlan thought that he knew precisely what she was doing. She ignored him as well. Even if he knew what she was doing, she reasoned that it still diminished the level of caution he could maintain when nothing ever happened. Waiting for something that never came was wearing, even if you knew it was inevitable. Even if he knew that she would eventually try something, weeks and weeks of her meek compliance would buy her the element of surprise, even if it was only a momentary surprise. That instant of advantage might be all that made the difference when the time came. Sometimes, though, she could not ignore him. When he was in a foul mood and she angered him, usually by her mere presence, not anything that she did, he would beat her bloody. Twice she had had to be healed by a sister, lest she bleed to death. When he was in one of his truly vile moods, it usually ended up being a great deal worse than a simple beating. He was a very inventive man when it came to how to abuse a woman. When he was in an abusive mood, not simple pain, but humiliation seemed to fascinate him. She had learned that he would not stop until he made her finally cry for one reason or another. If she did cry, it was only when she could not help it, when she fell to depths of such pain or humiliation or despair that she simply could not hold back her tears. Jagang enjoyed watching her cry then. She did not do it just to give in, to make him stop what he was doing, but only because she was at a point where she could not help herself. And that was what he liked seeing. At other times, he would bring women to his tent while Kahlan had to stay on the carpet beside the bed, where she was always made to sleep, as if she were his dog. He usually brought some unfortunate captive woman who was less than willing. He seemed to seek out captives who most feared his attention, and then gave them a violent introduction to being a slave to the Emperor and his bed. When he fell asleep, Kahlan would hold the terrified woman, tell her that things would one day be better, and comfort her as best she could. He might have done it because he enjoyed such things, but that was only a side benefit. His real objective was to constantly remind Kahlan of what would happen to her once her memory returned. Kahlan intended it never to return. Her memory would be her undoing. Now that they had arrived at their destination, there would be more time for Jala games. Kahlan imagined that there would be tournaments. She hoped that they would divert Jagang's attention from her, keep him occupied. She would have to accompany him. She was made to stay close, but that was better than being alone with him. As they arrived at the Emperor's tents, she was at first a little puzzled that the compound specifically, and the camp in general, was so far from their distant objective. He was so close. It seemed that it was only a matter of another hour's ride or two, and they would be there. Kahlan didn't ask why they had stopped short, but she soon found out when officers arrived for a nightly briefing.
"I want all the sisters on watch tonight," Jagang told them. "This close. There is no telling what sorts of wicked powers the enemy up there might send down on us."
Kahlan noticed that Sisters Ulyssia and Armina, not far away, were relieved to overhear such orders. It meant they wouldn't be sent to entertain the men. In the long march of weeks, after being sent to the tents almost nightly as punishment for their transgressions against Jagang, they both looked to have aged years. They both had been rather attractive women, but no more. They both had lost whatever beauty they once possessed. Their eyes, heavy with dark bags, were rather hollow and distant. Sister Armina's sky-blue eyes seemed to always look startled, as if she still couldn't believe her fate. Creases had come to their faces, giving them both a heavy, drained, downcast look. They were always dirty, their hair perpetually tangled, and their clothes worn. They often showed up in the morning with lurid bruises. Kahlan didn't like to see anyone suffer, but she could not work up any sympathy for these two. Were it not for them, she would not be in the clutches of a man who was only counting the moments until she recovered her memory, and he could begin in earnest to make her suffer what he had promised to be insufferable agony, both physically and mentally. He had promised her more than once that when she had her memory back, he was going to impregnate her, and she was going to bear him a child, a male, he always claimed. He always added a cryptic message about how when she had her memory back, she would then truly understand just what a monster such a male child would be to her. As far as Kahlan was concerned, whatever Jagang did to those two women was not enough. Beyond what they had done to her, by hearing bits and pieces, Kahlan had put together the nature of their plot and what those two had planned to do to everyone. That alone made it impossible to treat them too brutally. If it was Kahlan's choice, though, she would simply have put them to death. Kahlan held no favor with torture. She simply believed that they did not deserve to continue to live. They had forfeited their right to live by the harm they had already done to others, and by what they planned to do to deprive everyone of their lives. By that measure, the entire army deserved to die. Kahlan only wished that Jagang could suffer a similar fate.
"At least their army has fled,"
one of the senior officers said to Jagang as the Emperor's horse was led away. Another man took Kahlan's mare. The officer was missing half his left ear. It had long since healed over in a lump, becoming a distraction that was hard to ignore. Men who didn't ignore it sometimes lost an ear.
"They have no defenders left,"
another officer said.
"I'm sure they have gifted up there," Jagang said. "But they shouldn't present an obstacle that can stop us."
"The reports of the scouts and spies say that the road up the side is narrow, too narrow for any kind of mass assault. There is also a drawbridge that they have raised. Bringing building materials up that road and then defending ourselves while we tried to span the chasm would be hard to do,"
As for the great door leading to the interior way up into the plateau, it has been closed. No one entertains any faith in breaching that door. It has stood for thousands of years against any assault. Besides, the reports from the gifted say that their powers are weakened near the palace. Jagang smiled. I have some ideas. The man, missing part of his ear, bowed his head. Yes, Excellency. As Jagang and his officers talked, Kahlan noticed a small cluster of men in the distance, riding at breakneck speed through the camp. They were coming up from behind, from the south. At every checkpoint, the men brought their horses to a skidding halt, spoke briefly to sentries, and were ushered through. Jagang had noticed the riders, too. His conversation with his officers dwindled away, and soon all of them were watching with the Emperor as the riders made it to the inner defenses and dismounted in a cloud of dust. They waited at the final ring of steel for permission to enter the Emperor's compound. Page 554. When Jagang signaled, the men were brought forward. They came with haste, despite how tired they looked. The man at their lead was a wiry fellow, older, with a hard look in his dark eyes. He saluted. Well, Jagang said, what is it that's so urgent? Excellency, cities in the old world have come under attack. Is that so? Jagang heaved an impatient sigh. It's those insurrectionists, mostly from Al-Turang. Haven't they been put down yet? No, Excellency, it is not insurrectionists, although they are causing trouble as well, led by one called the Blacksmith. Too many places have been attacked for it to be the doings of insurrectionists. Jagang eyed the man suspiciously. What places have come under attack? The man pulled a scroll out from inside his dusty shirt. Here is the list we have collected so far. So far? Jagang asked, arching an eyebrow as he unfurled the scroll. Yes, Excellency. The information is that there is a wave of destruction sweeping across the land. Jagang scanned the long list of places on the scroll. Kahlan tried not to appear obvious as she glanced at the report out of the corner of her eye. She saw 2 columns of towns and cities listed. There had to be more than 35 or 40 places written on the scroll. I don't know what you mean by sweeping across the land, Jagang growled. These places are all random. They're not located in a line or cluster or one area of the old world. They're all over the place. The man cleared his throat. Yes, Excellency, that is the report. Some of this has to be overstated. To make his point, Jagang jabbed the paper with a fat finger. The silver rings on each finger flashed in the fading light. Takamar, for instance. Takamar has been attacked. It couldn't have been very effective for a malcontent mob of fools to attack such a place. There are troop garrisons there. It's a transfer station for supply trains. There are ample defenses in place. There are even brothers of the Fellowship of Order in charge of the place. They wouldn't have allowed a rabble to have their way in Takamar. This report most likely is overstated by nervous fools who are afraid of their own shadow. The man bowed apologetically. Excellency, Takamar was one of the places I saw with my own eyes. Well, Jagang roared, what did you see then? Out with it. The roads into the city, from every direction, are lined with stakes topped with charred skulls, the man began. How many skulls? Jagang waved dismissively. Dozens? As many as 100? Excellency, there are numbers beyond counting, and I stopped counting at several thousand without having made much headway in a full tally. The city itself is no more. No more? Jagang blinked in confusion. What do you mean, no more? Such a thing is impossible. It has been burned to the ground, Excellency. There was not a single building left standing. The fires were so intense that the lumber cannot be salvaged. The orchards all the way out into the hills were all cut down. The fields of ripe crops for miles and miles in every direction have all been burned. The ground has been salted. Nothing will ever grow there again. A once fertile place will never support anything again. It looks like the keeper himself destroyed the place. Well, where were the soldiers? What were they doing during all this? The skulls on stakes were the soldiers garrisoned there. Every last one of them, I'm afraid.
Jagang cast a look at Kahlan, as if she were somehow responsible for the catastrophe. His glare told her that he somehow associated the trouble with her. He crushed the paper in his fist as he returned his attention to the messenger. What about the Brothers of the Order? Did they say what happened, and why they weren't able to stop it?
There were 6 brothers assigned to Takama, Excellency. They were impaled on posts placed in the middle of different roads into the city. Each had been skinned from the neck down. A cap of office was left on each man's head so that all could know who they were. The masses of people who fled the city say that the attack came at night. As terrified as they were, we weren't able to get much useful information from them, other than that the men who attacked them were soldiers of the Daharan Empire. They were all sure of that much. Every one of these people has lost their home. The attackers made no move to slaughter the escaping refugees if they offered no armed resistance, but they made it quite clear to the fleeing people that they intended to lay waste to all of the old world and anyone who supports the imperial order. The soldiers told the people that it is the order and their beliefs that has brought this strife upon them, and who will bring them and their land to ruin. The soldiers vowed that they would haunt the people of the old world into their graves and then into the darkest corners of the underworld if they did not give up the teachings of the order and their belligerent ways that flowed from those teachings.
Kahlan only realized that she was smiling when Jagang rounded on her and backhanded her hard enough to knock her from her feet. She knew that he was going to beat her bloody that night. She didn't care. It was worth it to hear what she had just heard. She couldn't stop smiling. Chapter 55. Nietzsche pulled her cloak tighter around herself as she leaned one shoulder up against the great stone Merlin. She peered down through the crenellation to the road far below, watching the 4 riders making their way up the mountain toward the keep. They were still quite a distance, but she thought she had a good idea of who they were. Nietzsche yawned as she looked out over the city of Aidendril below, and the vast carpet of forests all around. The vivid colors of autumn were beginning to fade. Looking at the trees spreading up onto the slopes of the surrounding mountains and how they so boldly heralded the change of seasons made her think about Richard. He loved the trees. Nietzsche had come to love them too, because they reminded her of him. She saw the trees in a different light for other reasons as well. They marked the turn of time, the passing of seasons, the change of patterns. That were part of her world now, too, because of their connection to all the things she had been studying in the Book of Life. It was all intricately interconnected, how the power of Orden worked, and how that power functioned through its connection to the world of life. The world, the seasons, the stars, the position of the moon were parts of the equation, all parts of what contributed to and governed the power of Orden. The more she studied and the more she learned, the more she felt that pulse of time and life that was all around her. She had also come to recognize with complete clarity that Richard had memorized a false key. She never made the point to Zed. It seemed unimportant for the present. It was also a difficult case to make. It wasn't so much what the Book of Life said, but how it said it. The book was in another language, and not just High Daharan. While it was written in High Daharan, the true language of the book was its interconnection to the power invoked through it. The formulas, spells, and procedures were only one aspect. In many ways, it reminded her of how Richard spoke so convincingly of the language of symbols and emblems. She was coming to understand what he meant by seeing it for herself all laid out in the Book of Life. She was coming to see the lines and angles in certain formulas as a language all their own. She was beginning to truly grasp what Richard meant. The Book of Life carried meaning that had forced Nietzsche to look at the world of life in a new way, in a way that very much reminded her of the way Richard had always looked at the world, through a prism of excitement, wonder, and love of life. In a way, it was a profound recognition of the precise nature of things, an appreciation of things for what they were, not for what people imagined of them. In part, that was because the Book of Life was not just additive, but subtractive magic, in the same way that death was part of the process of life. It dealt with the whole. For that reason, Nietzsche couldn't explain it to Zed. He didn't possess the ability to use subtractive magic. Without that ability, a constituent part of what was needed to understand the Book of Life was missing. She could explain the formulas, lay out the procedures, show him the spells, but much of it he could only observe through the filter of his limited ability. While he could intellectually understand some of it, he couldn't actually perform what was involved. It was something like the difference between hearing about love, understanding the depth of such feelings, grasping how it affected people, but never having actually experienced it. Without that experience, it was only academic, sterile. Until you felt the magic, you didn't know it. It was in that sense that Nietzsche had come to know that Richard had memorized a false key. She had been right before, in that if the person who put the boxes in play failed to use the key properly, the boxes would be destroyed along with the one who put them in play. But it was more than that simple statement. There was the whole complex nature of the processes involved in using the boxes that demonstrated that concept in ways that the words only presented in a simplified, condensed manner. Through the mechanisms in the book, she could glimpse how the power functioned. By understanding that function on a profound level, she could see how the magic, if invoked, needed and used the key for completion. Through grasping that process, she could see how, if the key was used improperly, the boxes themselves were inescapably destroyed, along with the person making the fatal mistake. The magic simply would not allow such a breach to go uncompleted. It would be like tossing a rock, and without any outside influence or intervention, having it float in midair rather than fall back to the ground. It simply would not happen. In the same way, the magic of Orden had laws of its identity. By the way it functioned, by those laws of its identity, it had to destroy the boxes if the key was not used properly. The rock has to fall. When Richard used his memory of what he believed was the Book of Counted Shadows, he changed it in order to trick Darkenral into opening the wrong box. But it had only been the wrong box named in a clever simulation that seemed as if it had meaning to the Book of Life. In fact, such a book was only a shrewd fake, a false key. Had it been real and misused in such a way, the boxes would no longer exist. A false key, a clever fake, simply could not trigger the power of Orden to destroy the boxes, but the real key, if used in the fashion that Richard had used it, would have caused the entire structure of spell to collapse in on itself, taking the boxes with it. The boxes of Orden, after all, had been created for the purpose of countering the chain fire spell. To misuse the key meant that someone without the proper intention and knowledge was trying to gain access to Orden's power, in essence, tampering with the purpose for which it had been created. The Book of Life made it all too clear within the structure of the spell forms that, as a safeguard, if everything was not done correctly, namely completed with the key in the exact prescribed manner, the formulas and spells would self-destruct, not altogether unlike the way in which Richard had shut down the verification web, collapsing it to save Nietzsche. Richard had memorized a false key. That was the truth of it. "What is it?" came Zed's voice. Nietzsche looked back over her shoulder to see the old wizard marching across the vast rampart. She knew that she had to set aside the things she had been considering. Telling Zed about the false key now would only cause him to want to argue. Arguing with Zed would serve no purpose. Richard was the one who really needed to know that the key he possessed was false. 4 riders, Nietzsche told him. Zed came to a halt at the wall. He peered down at the road and grunted to indicate that he saw them. "Looks like Tom and Friedrich to me," Kara said. "They must have found someone sneaking around." "I don't think so," Nietzsche said. "They hardly look like prisoners. I can see a glint of steel. The man is carrying weapons. Tom would have disarmed anyone he thought was a threat. Besides, the other one looks like a little girl." "Rachel?" Zed asked, frowning as he leaned out farther, trying to see better between the trees far down the road. It would not be many more days until those golden-brown leaves were gone for the season. "Do you really think it could be her?" "That's my guess," Nietzsche said. He turned and appraised her critically. "You look terrible." "Thank you," she said. "Just what a woman likes to hear from a gentleman." He huffed a dismissal of his rude manners. "When's the last time you got any sleep?" Nietzsche yawned again. "I don't know. Last summer, when I came back from the People's Palace with that book." He made a face at her rather poor attempt at humor. She didn't know why she tried to be funny with him. Zed could make people laugh just by grunting. Whenever she said anything she thought was rather amusing, people just stared at her, the way Kara was doing. "How is it coming?" he asked. Nietzsche knew what he meant. She pulled some hair back off her face, holding it back from the grasp of the wind. "I could use your help with some star charts and angle calculations. It might speed things up if I didn't have to do those myself. I could go on to some of the other translations and problems." Zed laid a hand tenderly on her back, giving her a gentle rub that conveyed a personal, comforting warmth. "On one condition." "What's that?" she asked as she yawned again. "You get some sleep." Nietzsche smiled as she nodded. "All right, Zed." She gestured, pointing with her chin. "First, I think we had better get down there to see who our guests are." They were just coming out the big door of the keep at the side entrance with the paddock when the riders came under the arched opening in the wall. Tom and Friedrich were escorting Chase and Rachel. Rachel's hair was chopped short, rather than long the way it had been, and Chase looked to be in surprisingly good health for a man who had been stabbed with the sword of truth. "Chase!" Zed shouted. "You're alive!"
"Well, it's hard to ride a horse upright when you're dead."
Kara chuckled. Nietzsche glanced at her, wondering where the woman's sudden appreciation for humor had come from.
"Found them returning," Tom said. "First people we've seen out there in months."
"It was good to see Rachel back," Friedrich said. The older man regarded the girl with a grin, showing how much he really meant it. Zed caught Rachel as she slipped from the saddle while Kara took the reins of the horse.
"My, but you're getting heavy,"
Zed told her.
"Chase rescued me," Rachel said. "He was so brave, you should have seen him. He killed 100 men all by himself."
100? My, what an accomplishment.
"You stabbed one in the leg for me," Chase said as he swung down out of his saddle. "Otherwise, I'd only have gotten 99.
Rachel kicked her legs, eager to be put down.
"Zed, I brought something important with me."
Once on the ground, she untied a leather bag hanging right behind her saddle. She brought it to the granite steps and set it down, then undid the drawstring. When she pushed back the leather covering, darkness came out into the crisp late autumn daylight. To Nietzsche, it felt like looking into the inky obscurity of Jagang's eyes.
"Rachel," Zed said in astonishment, "where did you get this?"
"A man, Samuel, who had Richard's sword, had it. He stabbed Chase and took me with him. Then he gave it to a witch woman named Six and to Violet, the Queen of Tamarang, though I don't think she's queen anymore."
You can't believe how evil Six is.
I think I can imagine, Zed told her. Having a little trouble following the story, he lifted the leather back a little for a better look inside. Staring at one of the boxes of ordnance sitting on the steps before her, Nietzsche felt as if her heart were in her throat. After the weeks and weeks of study of the book that went with the boxes, to actually see one was startling. Theory was one thing, but to see the reality of what this object represented was altogether something else.
I couldn't let them have it, Rachel told Zed. So when I got a chance to escape, I stole it and took it with me.
Zed ruffled her chopped-off blonde hair.
You did good, little one. I always knew you were special.
Rachel hugged the wizard around the neck.
Six made Violet draw pictures of Richard. It scared me to see what they were doing.
In a cave?
Zed asked. When Rachel nodded, he glanced up at Nietzsche.
That explains a lot.
Nietzsche took a step closer.
Was Richard there? Did you see him?
Rachel shook her head.
No. Six left one day. When she finally came back, she told Violet that she had been bringing him back, but the Imperial Order captured him.
The Imperial Order? Zed said.
Nietzsche tried to imagine what was worse, the witch woman having Richard in her clutches, or the Imperial Order capturing him. She guessed that what was the worst was Richard stripped of his gift, his sword, and being in the hands of the Order. Chapter 56. Kahlan pulled her cloak tighter around herself as she walked beside the Emperor, his constant, compliant companion. It was not by choice, of course, but by force, whether applied or implied. At night she slept on the carpet beside his bed, a constant reminder of where she would end up. During the day, she remained always at his side, like his dog on a leash. Her leash, though, was an iron collar, with which he could bring her to heel at any time. She could not imagine what would engender such hatred for her, what could have given rise to his burning need to bring punishment down on her for the sins he saw in all his enemies. Whatever she had done to earn his hatred, he deserved it. When a gust of bitter cold wind ripped through the encampment, Kahlan hid the side of her face behind her cloak. Men turned their faces away from the blast of grit carried in the wind. With autumn rapidly drawing to an end, winter would soon be upon them. Kahlan didn't think it was going to be at all pleasant out on the open plain around the plateau that held the People's Palace, but she also knew that with this bone in his teeth, Jagang wasn't going to let it go for anything. He was nothing if not tenacious. There was supposed to be another copy of the Book of Counted Shadows hidden somewhere within that plateau, and Jagang meant to have it. Out on the Azrith Plain, the construction ground onward. It had been going on throughout the autumn, and she knew it would go on into winter, all winter if necessary, until it was complete. If, that was, the ground beneath them didn't freeze solid. Kahlan suspected that he had plans if that were to happen, probably fires if needed to keep the dirt thawed. She supposed, too, that if it remained dry, the ground could still be dug even if it was freezing. There was no way to breach the great inner door into the plateau, and the road up the outside had quickly proven worthless for an attack by such vast numbers of men. Jagang had a solution to the predicament. He intended to construct a great ramped road which would allow his army to march right up to the walls of the palace atop the plateau. He told his officers that once they reached the walls, siege machines could be used to batter their way through the walls. First, though, they had to get up there. To that end, out beyond the vast encampment closer to the plateau, the army was constructing the ramp. The width of the ramp was staggering. They needed it wide for two reasons, both equally important. They needed a ramp wide enough to eventually support an assault massive enough that it couldn't be turned back by the defenders. Just as important, the plateau towered above the Azrith Plain. For the ramp to reach that height,
The base had to be monumental, lest the whole thing collapse. They had to, in essence, build a small mountain up against the plateau in order to reach the top. Tenacious indeed. The distance they had to their goal, from where they had started, was daunting. Because of the height, it required great length so that men and equipment could eventually be marched and rolled up the roadway they were building up to the very walls of the people's palace. It seemed at first to be a crazy idea, an impossible project. But what could be accomplished with millions of men who had nothing else to do and a driven emperor who cared nothing about their well-being was nothing short of astonishing. Every moment there was light, and sometimes by torchlight, long snaking files of men either carried containers of dirt and rock to the site of the ever-growing ramp, or dug up great mounds of supplies. Rock was mixed with the finer soil to make it stable. Other men had simple weighted tampers to pack the new dirt as it was dumped. Nearly all the men in camp were engaged in the enterprise. Though the task was daunting, the progress made by so many men was continual. Inexorably, the ramp continued to grow. Of course, the higher it got, the longer it was going to take, because it would require so much more material. Kahlan thought it appropriate that such men would assault fine construction of marble with dirt. It befitted the philosophy of the order to grub in the dirt in order to bring down some of man's finest work. Kahlan couldn't imagine how long it was going to take to complete such a project, but Jagang had no intention of abandoning his plan until he was successful. The end was in sight, he often reminded his officers, and he expected complete devotion and sacrifice from all for their noble purpose. He was implacable in his determination to bring down the last bastion of freedom. From the edge of the emperor's compound, as they observed the construction, Kahlan saw a messenger coming in on horseback. To the south, she could see the long plume of dust rising from an approaching supply train. She had been checking on it for hours, watching it draw ever closer, and now the lead wagons were just beginning to enter camp. Jagang had been relieved to see the supply train finally arrive. An army as vast as this one required constant supplies of all sorts, but mainly food. Out on the Azrith Plain, there was nowhere for the army to scavenge food. There were no farms, no crops, no herds of livestock. It would take constant resupply from the old world to keep the army alive and building the emperor's ramp up into the sky. After dismounting, the messenger approached and waited patiently. Jagang finally signaled several officers forward along with the man who'd ridden in. The man bowed. "Excellency, I come with the supplies the good people from our homeland have sent. Many sacrificed to see to it that our valiant troops have what they need to vanquish the enemy." "We can use the supplies, no doubt of that. The men are all working hard, and I need to keep up their strength." "Our train also brings some of the Jala Dijin teams that wish to join the tournaments, in the hopes of having the chance to one day play His Excellency's renowned team." "What teams are they?" Jagang asked absently, as he scanned a manifest the messenger handed him. "Most are teams of our soldiers from various divisions. One is the team belonging to the commander of our supply train. To supplement his own men, he has gathered men from the New World along our journey north. He thinks that with such men from the New World on his team, he can provide quite a spectacle for His Excellency's enjoyment." Jagang nodded as he continued to read the list. "It will do these heathens good to learn our ways. Jala Dijin is a good way to bring other peoples into our culture and customs. It diverts simple minds from the barren existence we all endure in this meaningless life." The man bowed. "Yes, Excellency." Jagang finally finished and looked up. "I've been hearing rumors. Is this team with the captives as good as I've heard?" "They seem to be formidable, Excellency. They have defeated teams that no one thought they could beat."
At first it was thought to have been simple luck. No one still thinks it is luck. They have a point man who is said to be the best ever seen. Jagang grunted his skepticism. I have the best on my team. The man bowed in apology. Yes, Excellency, of course you are correct. What word do you bring from our homeland? The man hesitated. Excellency, I am afraid that I must report some unsettling news. As the next supply train that was to follow after ours was assembling down in the old world, it was set upon and destroyed. All the recruits who were to be sent north with the train to reinforce our army, well, I'm afraid, Excellency, that they were all killed. Their heads were left on stakes beside the road. The line of stakes stretched from one town to the next. Both towns burned to the ground. A number of cities, along with forests and croplands, are burning. The fires are intense, and when the wind is right, we can smell the smoke even this far north. It is difficult to pin down exactly what is going on, except that the attacks are all reliably reported to be New World soldiers. Jagang glanced at Kahlan. She suspected he was looking to see if she would smile like the last time. She didn't need to smile. She could maintain a stony face and rejoice inwardly. She felt like cheering those unknown men far away who were beginning to vex Jagang with the damage they were causing. Almost as bad as the damage, rumors were sweeping through the camp. The attacks in their homeland were unsettling the men, who had always considered the old world not just invulnerable to such attack, but invincible as well. As the rumors spread, they grew in weight among the men. Jagang had already executed a number of men for spreading such rumors. Since she had little interaction with the men, most didn't even see her, she didn't know if the executions quelled the rumors, but somehow she doubted it. If the rumors of such things unsettled the soldiers, Kahlan could only imagine the fear beginning to grip those in the old world. While their army was away seeking conquest, she imagined that the people back there were largely defenseless. The reports are, Excellency, that these marauders are destroying everything in their path. They burn crops, kill livestock, destroy mills, break dams, ruin every sort of craft producing goods for our noble effort to spread the word of the order. Particularly hard hit are those who give support to our people by teaching them the ways of the order, those who instill the need to sacrifice for our effort to crush the heathens to the north. Jagang was remaining calm on the outside, but Kahlan, as well as the officers watching him, knew that inside he was boiling with rage. Any idea who is going after our teachers, our leaders, any particular unit of the enemy? The man bowed another apology. Excellency, I regret to report that all of our teachers and the brothers who have been murdered trying to teach the ways of the Creator and the Order, well, every one of their corpses was found to be missing a right ear. Jagang's face was red with rage. Kahlan could see the muscles in his jaws and temples flex as he gritted his teeth. Do you think it could be those same men who plagued us on our way up into the Midlands, Excellency? One of the officers asked. Of course it is, Jagang roared. I want something done about this, he said, directing his orders to the officers. Do you understand? Yes, Excellency, they all said as one as they bowed their heads and kept them bowed down. I want a stop put to this nuisance. We need those supply trains to continue coming. We're close to ending this war and a great victory. I will not allow our effort to fail. Do you understand? Yes, Excellency, they all said together again, bowing deeper. Then get to it, all of you. As the men all departed to see to their orders, Jagang started marching away out of his compound. Kahlan felt the shock of pain from the collar prompting her to keep up with him. Armed men, as always, fell in around Jagang as his royal escort and guard. Chapter 57.
Richard watched through the bars covering the small window in the side of his iron cage as the wagon bounced through the sprawling encampment.
"Reuben, would you take a look at that?"
John Rock said. Hands gripping the bars, he was grinning like a man on holiday at what he saw. Richard glanced over at his cage mate. "Quite the sight," he agreed.
"Think there's anyone here who can beat us?"
"I expect we'll find out sooner or later," Richard said.
"I'll tell you, Reuben, I'd like to get a crack at cracking some heads on the Emperor's team."
The man gave Richard a sidelong glance.
"Think if we beat the Emperor's team, they'll let us go home?"
"Are you serious?" The man huffed a laugh.
"It was a joke, Reuben."
"A poor one," Richard said.
"I suppose," John Rock said with a sigh. "Still, they say the Emperor's team is the best. I'd not like to feel that whip again."
"Once was enough for me, too." The two of them had shared the iron cage ever since Richard had been captured back in Tamarang. John Rock had already been a captive, taken before Richard. He was a big man, a miller, from the southern reaches of the Midlands. Just before the supply train had moved through his little village, soldiers on lead patrol had arrived and thought that, because of his size, John Rock might make a good addition to the team. Richard didn't know John Rock's real name. He'd said everyone just called him John Rock because of his size and how hard his muscles were from carrying sacks of grain. He knew Richard as Reuben Ribnick. Even though John Rock was a fellow captive, Richard didn't think it would be safe to let anyone know his real name. John Rock had told Richard that he'd broken the arms of 3 of the soldiers trying to capture him before they took him down. Richard said only that they had pointed arrows at him, and so he'd given up. John Rock had appeared slightly embarrassed for what he saw as Richard's lack of mettle. Despite his rather goofy, lopsided grin, which he wore often, and despite his circumstances, John Rock had a quick wit and an analytical mind. He had come to like Richard because Richard was the only one who didn't assume he was stupid and didn't treat him as such. John Rock was anything but stupid. He had eventually decided that he'd been wrong about Richard's lack of bravery and had asked to be his right wingman in the Jala games. Wingman was a rather thankless position that exposed him to charges and bruises from the opponents. John Rock saw the value in such a position because it allowed him to break the heads of men from the order, and he was cheered for doing so. Even though he was a big man, John Rock was quick, a combination that made him a perfect man for Richard's right wing. He loved being close to Richard during play, so he could see Richard vent his rage on the Jala field in a way that the other teams didn't expect. Together, the two of them had become a formidable pair on the field. It was never spoken, but they both knew that the other valued the chance to extract a little bit of revenge on those who had captured them. The camp beyond the iron bars seemed to go on endlessly. Richard was sickened to see where they were, out on the Azrith plain around the People's Palace. He didn't want to look anymore, and sat back down, leaning up against the other side of the box, resting a wrist over his knee as the wagon swayed and bucked through the endless horde. He was relieved that the Daharan forces were long gone, or they would have by now been annihilated for nothing. Instead, those men would by now have had enough time to make it down to the old world. They were probably already laying waste to the place. Richard hoped they stuck to the plan. Fast and fierce attacks, keep separated, and hit everywhere in the old world, sparing nothing. He didn't want anyone in the old world to feel safe. There needed to be consequences to the actions that flowed from their beliefs. The men in the camp all watched the wagon train passing among them. It looked to be welcome, probably for the food it brought. Richard hoped they got their fill. Knowing the orders he had given, it was likely to be one of the last supply trains to leave the old world. Without supplies, out on the Azrith plain, with winter about to descend upon them, Jagang's army was going to find itself unexpectedly falling on hard times. Nearly all the men they passed near to stared into Richard's cage, trying to get a glimpse of him. He expected that there were already rumors spreading through the camp about him and his Jala team. He had learned, when they stopped to play teams at army posts along the way, that their reputation preceded them. These men were fans of the game and looked forward to the tournaments, especially since there would no doubt be heightened interest because of the arrival of Richard's team, or Reuben's team, as it was informally known. The team really belonged to the commander with the snake face. There was little else to entertain these soldiers, other than the women captives. Richard tried not to think about that, because it only made him angry, and there was nothing he could do about it in his cage. One day, after a particularly violent game that they had won handily, John Rock admitted to being confused as to why Richard would have allowed himself to so easily be captured. Richard finally told him the truth of what happened. John Rock at first didn't believe him. Richard told him to ask Snakeface sometime. He did, and found that Richard was telling the truth. John Rock greatly valued liberty and thought it was worth fighting for. That was when John Rock asked to be Richard's right-wing man. Where Richard had once channeled his rage through the sword of truth, he now channeled it through the Brock and the play of the Jala game. Even his own team, as much as they liked him leading them, to a degree feared him. Except John Rock. John Rock didn't fear Richard. He shared Richard's way of playing, as if the game were life or death. For some of their opponents, made up of Imperial Order troops who thought too much of themselves, it had been. It was not at all unusual for players, especially opponents of Richard's team, to be seriously hurt or even die during a match. One of the men on Richard's team had died during a game. He'd been hit in the head with the heavy Brock when he wasn't looking. It snapped his neck. Richard remembered walking the streets of Aidendrill with Kahlan, watching children play Jala. He had given out official balls if they would trade in their heavy Brocks for the lighter ones Richard had had made up. He didn't want them getting hurt just to play a game. Now all those children had fled Aidendrill.
"This looks like a bad place for us to be, Reuben," John Rock said in a quiet voice as he watched the camp roll past their little window. He sounded uncharacteristically gloomy. "A very bad place for us to be slaves." "If you think you're a slave, then you are a slave," Richard said. John Rock stared back at Richard for a long moment. "Then I'm not a slave either, Reuben." Richard nodded. "Good for you, John Rock." The man went back to watching the endless camp pass before his eyes. He had probably never seen the likes of it in his life. Richard remembered his own wonder when he first left his Heartland woods to discover what was beyond. "Would you look at that?" John Rock said in a low voice, staring out through the bar. Richard didn't feel like looking. "What is it?" "A lot of men, soldiers, but not like the rest of the soldiers. These all look the same, better weapons, better organized, bigger. They look fierce. Everyone is making way for them." John Rock looked back over his shoulder at Richard. "I bet it's the Emperor come to watch us roll by, come to see the challengers to his team come to the tournaments. From the descriptions I've heard, I bet that fellow being guarded by all those big guards in chainmail is Jagang himself." Richard went back to the small opening to have a look. He gripped the bars as he put his face close to see better as they passed close to the guards and their charge. "That looks like it's probably Emperor Jagang, all right," Richard told John Rock. The Emperor was looking the other way, watching some of the other Jala teams made up of Imperial Order soldiers. They weren't locked in iron boxes in wagons, of course. Jagang was watching them marching proudly in ranks, carrying banners of their team. And then he saw her. Kahlan!
She turned toward his voice, not knowing where it was coming from. Richard was gripping the bars hard enough to nearly bend them. Even though she wasn't far, he realized that she probably couldn't hear him over all the noise. Men all around were cheering for the parade of marching teams. Her long hair was tumbled down over her cloak. Richard thought his heart would explode, it hammered so hard in his chest.
Kahlan!
She turned more toward him. Their eyes met. He was staring right into her green eyes. When Jagang started to turn around, she immediately turned away, looking off where he was watching. He turned back with her. And then she was gone, hidden behind men and wagons and horses and tents, disappearing into the distance. Richard fell back against the wall, gasping. John Rock sat down beside him.
Reuben, what's wrong? You look like you've seen a phantom walking among all those men.
Richard could only stare, his eyes wide, as he panted.
It was my wife.
John Rock let out a hearty laugh.
You mean you saw the woman you want when we win? The commander says that if we beat the Emperor's team, we'd get to pick one. You see the one you want?
It was her.
Reuben, you look like a man who just fell in love.
Richard realized that his smile felt like it might break his face.
It was her. She's alive. John Rock, I wish you could see her. She's alive. She looks exactly the same. Dear spirits, it was Kahlan. It was her.
I think you'd best slow down your breathing, Reuben, or you're going to pass out before we have a chance to break some heads.
We're going to play the Emperor's team, John Rock.
We got to win a lot of games first to have that chance.
Richard hardly heard the man. He laughed with glee, unable to stop himself.
It was her. She's alive.
Richard threw his arms around John Rock, hugging him tightly.
She's alive.
If you say so, Reuben.
Kahlan carefully controlled her breathing, trying to get her galloping heart to slow down. She couldn't understand why she was so shaken. She didn't know the man in the cage. She had only seen his face briefly as the wagon rolled past. But for some reason, it shook her down to her very soul. The second time the man yelled her name, Jagang acted like he thought he'd heard something. Kahlan had turned back around so that he wouldn't suspect anything. She didn't know why that had seemed so desperately important. That wasn't true. She did know why. The man was in a cage. If he knew her, Jagang might have hurt him, even killed him. There was more to it, though. That man knew her. He had to be connected to her past, the past she wanted to forget. But when she had looked into his gray eyes, everything had changed in a heartbeat. Her numb acceptance had shattered. She no longer wanted her past to be buried. She suddenly wanted to know everything. The look in that man's eyes was so profoundly powerful, so filled with something important, something vital, that it drove home to her how important her life was. Seeing the look in his gray eyes, Kahlan realized that she had to know who she was. Whatever the consequence, whatever the cost, she had to know the truth. She had to have her life back. The truth was the only way. Jagang's threats of what he would do to her might be a very real consequence, but she suddenly knew that the real danger was that he was intimidating her into abdicating her life, her will, her existence, into giving herself over to his control. By his threats of what he would do to her once she again knew who she was, he was dictating her life, enslaving her. If she went along with his will, then it was only because she surrendered hers. She couldn't allow herself to think that way. Her life meant more than that. She may be his captive, but she was not his slave. A slave was a state of mind. She was not a slave. She would not surrender her will to him. She would have her life back. Her life was hers alone, and she would have it back. Nothing Jagang could do, nothing he could threaten her with, could take that away from her. Kahlan felt a tear of joy roll down her cheek. The man she didn't even remember had just given her the will to take her life back, the fire to live. It felt like the first real breath she had taken since she had lost her memory. She only wished she could thank him. Chapter 58. Nietzsche marched through the vast hall of the People's Palace, trailing Kara, Nathan, and a gaggle of guards. Every time someone called Nathan Lord Rahl, it set her nerves on edge. She knew it was necessary, but in her heart the only Lord Rahl was Richard. She would have given just about anything to see his gray eyes again. Being in the palace made it seem she could almost feel his presence all around her. It was the spell the palace was built around, she supposed. The palace was built in the form of a spell for the Lord Rahl. Richard was the Lord Rahl, at least in her mind. To be fair, she knew there were others, Kara for one, who felt the same. When she was alone with Kara, which was often, the two of them seemed to share understanding without words being needed. Both shared the same anguish. Both of them wanted Richard back. Kara stepped forward, leading them through a network of small service hallways to an iron stairway up a dark well. Reaching the top, she threw open the door. They were greeted with cold light as they stepped out onto the observation deck. Being right out at the edge of the outer wall, at the edge of the plateau, felt like standing on the edge of the world. Down below, spread like a black taint almost to the distant horizon, was the army of the Imperial Order. "See what I mean?" Nathan said as he stepped up beside her, pointing out the construction in the distance. It was hard to see at first, but it quickly began to make sense. "You're right," she said. "It does look like a ramp. Do you think they can actually build a ramp all the way up here?" Nathan gazed out at the site, studying it for a moment. "I don't know. But I would have to say that if Jagang is going to all the trouble of doing such a thing, it can only be because he has reason to believe that he can accomplish it." "If they make it up here with a ramp that broad," Kara said, "we're in trouble." "More like dead," Nathan said. Nietzsche studied what the men of the Order were doing and the distance to the site of the work. "Nathan, you're a Rahl. This place amplifies your power. You ought to be able to send some wizard's fire down there and blow that thing apart." "My thought, too," he said. "I suspect that they have sisters down there with shields to prevent anyone up here from doing just that. I've not probed for such defenses, and I've not tried anything yet. I want to wait until they've been at it for quite a while longer, to make them feel complacent. Then, when they have some more done and they're closer, and when I finally do hit them, I'll have a better chance of doing some real damage. If I'm able to destroy it now, they won't have lost much. Better to wait until they've already put a great deal more time and work into it." Nietzsche frowned up at the tall prophet. "Nathan, you are a very devious man." He smiled a Rahl smile. "I prefer to think of myself as ingenious." Nietzsche went back to surveying the camp out beyond the site of the construction. It was just far enough away to provide their gifted with plenty of time to react to an attack. Nietzsche had spent enough time with Jagang's army to know a great deal about the way they fought. She knew the layers of defenses that Jagang's officers and gifted would place around the army, and some of those gifted were Sisters of the Dark. "Look at that," she said, pointing. "It looks like a supply train is just arriving." Nathan nodded. "Winter will be here shortly. The army looks like they're not going anywhere, so they will need a lot of supplies to keep all those men alive over the winter." Nietzsche considered what could be done, finally deciding that, from where they stood, very little. Well, Richard sent the army south to the Old World to attack their supply trains, among other things. Let's hope they're effective and can accomplish the task. If all those men starve to death, that would solve our problem. In the meantime, I'll devote some thought to what we might be able to do to help them die. She turned away from the depressing view of the encampment and the supply train bringing all those men what they needed to stay and lay siege to the palace. "Come on," she said to Nathan. "I need to get back, but why don't you show me before I leave?" Nathan took them down through the palace by the smaller staff areas rather than the vast halls. It was a quick descent through the stone interior of the palace, taking them ever lower into the dark inner regions beneath the palace that were what most people never saw. There were elegant, if simple, stone halls even in these unseen places. Without elaborate decoration, they were made of polished stone in places and rich woods in others. These were the private corridors used by the Lord Ral and his staff. Nietzsche had come to the People's Palace to pay a visit to the Garden of Life. After that, she had checked to see how Berdine was doing in her search for information and how Nathan was getting on. They had wanted to tell her details of their difficulties. She hadn't really wanted to take the time, but she made herself listen patiently. After having again seen the places where the boxes of Orden had been, she had been too distracted to be able to really focus on what they were telling her. This time, she saw the deserted Garden of Life differently, getting a feel for where Dark and Ral had opened the boxes, for where they had sat. She had studied the position of the room, the amount of light, the angles to various known star charts, in addition to how the sun and moon transverse the place, and the area where the spells had been invoked. Since translating the Book of Life, Nietzsche viewed the Garden of Life in a different way. She saw it through the context of the magic of Orden, and how the room had been used. It had given her a valuable insight into the last place the boxes had been used. Such practical reference had answered some questions she'd had, and confirmed some of the conclusions she'd come to. At last, Nathan reached a set of double doors with guards standing before them. She gestured, and the men opened the pair of white doors. Beyond was a wall of white stone that looked as if it had partly melted. "Have you been in there?" she asked the prophet. "No," he admitted. "At my age, I try to stay out of tombs as much as I can." Nietzsche stepped over the low ledge at the same time as she ducked through the low opening. "Wait here," she said to Kara, who had been about to follow her in. "Are you sure? This involves magic." Kara wrinkled her nose as if she had gotten a whiff of sour milk and waited outside along with the prophet. Nietzsche sent a spark of Han into a torch to the side. After all this time, it still lit. She saw then that the huge vaulted room was constructed of pink granite. The floor was white marble. On the walls all around were dozens and dozens of gold vases, each set in the wall beneath a torch. Nietzsche absently counted them. 57. It appeared to her to be a number that had meaning. Probably the vases and torches represented the age of the man in the coffin at the center of the room. The place was troubling, and not just because it was a crypt. She trailed her fingers along the symbols cut into the granite walls just beneath the vases. The words that ran around the entire room and around the golden coffin were Hai Daharan. The inscriptions were instructions from a father to a son on the process of going to the underworld and returning. Quite the legacy. Such spells contained subtractive magic. That was what was causing the walls to melt. Containing them by walling the place over with special stone had slowed the process greatly, but had not halted it entirely. "Well?" Nathan asked, poking his head in through the melted hole. "Any ideas?" Nietzsche stepped out, brushing off her hands. I don't know. I don't think there's any imminent danger, but this involves dark things, so there's a chance I'm wrong. I think it would be best to shield it behind an invocation of threes." Nathan nodded in thought. "You want to do it? Lace it with subtractive?" "It would be best if you did it. You're a Ral. That would be more effective. Even if I used subtractive, this in here already has both mixed in, and it was created by a Ral. Such power could breach any invocation I could create in here under the limitations of the protective spell of the palace." He considered only briefly. "I will see to it at once." Nathan cast a look back at the crypt. "Any idea what's causing this spell to burn through?" "Off the top of my head, I'd say it was activated by one of the boxes of Orden having been opened up in the Garden of Life. I suspect they created a sympathetic reaction of some sort. It's not yet active enough for me to tell the purpose of the subtractive element, but the words inscribed on the coffin and walls indicate that the constituent composition in there was intended to be used to aid in the acquisition of the power of Orden. So they act in a harmonic response after having been in the vicinity of that specific power." Nathan nodded in thought. "All right. I'll do an invocation of threes and keep my eye on it." "I have to get back. I will check back later, just to see if you've had any word from Richard, and to see how the Order is getting along out there." "Tell Zed that I have everything well in hand, and I have the enemy surrounded." Nietzsche smiled. "I'll tell him." On her way through the vast halls of the palace, with Kara at her side, Nietzsche was lost in thought. She was unsure of what to do next. There were troubling problems descending from every direction. Most felt shadowy and ill-defined. There was no one with whom she could really discuss all the things going through her mind. Zed was a help in some of it, while Kara was good to talk to for other things. But Richard was the only one who would be able to grasp the ways in which she was beginning to understand fundamental issues. Richard, in fact, was the one to introduce her to the concept of creative magic. She still clearly remembered that talk with him one night at camp. It was one of the many defining moments with Richard. There were also things Richard needed to know. There were incidents involving him and the boxes of Orden that were troubling, to say the least. In a way, he had built a fire under ingredients that were not merely dangerous, but were beginning to bubble and boil, and could possibly combine on their own in the most insidious ways if action wasn't taken. There were prophecies involved that, not being a prophet, she didn't trust herself to understand. There were other prophecies that she was beginning to think she understood all too well, and could not avoid taking into consideration. Primary among those was the prophecy that said, "In the year of the cicadas," which this was, when the champion of sacrifice and suffering under the banner of both mankind and the light finally splits his swarm, which Jagang had done, "Thus shall be the sign that prophecy has been awakened, and the final and deciding battle is upon us. Be cautioned, for all true forks and their derivatives are tangled in this mantic root. Only one trunk branches from this conjoined primal origin." This was the time, succeed or fail, all or nothing, the watershed moment that would forever set the course for the future. If Fuer Grisa Ost Drauka does not lead this final battle, then the world, already standing at the brink of darkness, will fall under that terrible shadow. That prophecy, she was beginning to see, was tangled in the boxes of Orden, but she couldn't quite grasp how. From time to time she felt on the brink of understanding, but she could never quite break through to it. There was something just beneath the surface of that prophecy that she knew was key. At the same time, she felt that events were cascading unrestrained, and she had to do something before those events tumbled out of control. With each passing day, she knew that options would continue to close for them. The Sisters of the Dark, having put the boxes in play, had already cut off their ability to use the power of Orden for its intended purpose, to counteract the ignition of the chain fire event. With chain fire contaminated by the chimes, they were rapidly losing the ability to use their gift to correct the damage. There was no telling how much longer any of them would have sufficient control of their gift necessary to be of any use in overcoming any of the obstacles they faced. At the same time, the Book of Life had come to have meaning for her that she could never have imagined. She had also studied several very obscure books Zed had found for her on Ordenic theory. They, too, had added depth to her understanding, but all of that only seemed to open other areas to bigger questions. Startled, Nietzsche halted and looked up. What was that? The bell for devotion, Kara said, looking a little puzzled at Nietzsche's reaction. Nietzsche watched people begin to gather before a nearby square with a pool in the center. The pool, with a large, dark rock set off-center, was opened to the sky. Perhaps we should go to devotion, Kara said. It sometimes helps when you're troubled, and I can tell that you are definitely troubled. Nietzsche frowned at the moored Sith, wondering how she knew that something was troubling her. She supposed that it really wasn't all that hard to tell. I don't have time to go to devotion, Nietzsche said. I have to get back and figure this out. Kara didn't look like she thought that was a good idea. She held a hand out toward the square. Thinking about Lord Ral might help. Thinking about Nathan is not going to do me any good. I don't care if everyone thinks that Nathan is the Lord Ral. Richard is Lord Ral. Kara smiled. I know. That's what I meant. She took Nietzsche by the arm, drawing her toward the pool. Come on. Nietzsche stared at the woman as she was being dragged along and then said, I suppose it couldn't hurt to stop for a short time to think about Richard. Kara nodded, looking somehow very wise at that moment. People respectfully made way for the moored Sith as she strode up to a spot near the pond. Nietzsche saw that there were fish gliding through the dark waters. Before she knew it, she was kneeling with Kara, putting her forehead to the floor. Master Ral, guide us, the crowd began chanting in one voice. Master Ral, teach us. Master Ral, protect us. In your light we thrive. In your mercy we are sheltered. In your wisdom we are humbled. We live only to serve. Our lives are yours. Nietzsche added her voice to the others, and together they lifted to reverberate through the halls. The words Master Ral and Richard seemed indistinguishable to her. They were one in the same. Almost against her will, Nietzsche's turbulent thoughts quieted as she softly chanted the words along with everyone else. Master Ral, guide us. Master Ral, teach us. Master Ral, protect us. In your light we thrive. In your mercy we are sheltered. In your wisdom we are humbled. We live only to serve. Our lives are yours. She lost herself in the words. The sunlight was warm on her back. The next day was the first day of winter, but inside Lord Ral's palace the sun was warm, much like up in the Garden of Life. It seemed odd in that Darken Ral and his father Panis were the Lord Ral before, making this place the seat of evil. She realized, though, that the place was only that, a place. The man was what mattered. The man made the defining difference. The man set the tone that others followed, either rightly or wrongly. In a way, the devotion was the formal statement of that concept. Master Ral, guide us. Master Ral, teach us. Master Ral, protect us. In your light we thrive. In your mercy we are sheltered. In your wisdom we are humbled. We live only to serve. Our lives are yours. Those words reverberated in Nietzsche's mind. She missed Richard so much. Even though his heart belonged to someone else, she just missed seeing him, seeing his smile, talking to him. If that was all she could ever have, that was enough to sustain her. Just his friendship, his value in her life, and hers in his. Just Richard being happy, being alive, being Richard. Our lives are yours. Nietzsche abruptly rose up on her knees. She understood. Puzzled, Kara frowned up at her as everyone else chanted. What's wrong? Our lives are yours. She knew what she had to do. Nietzsche stood in a rush. Come on, I have to get back to the keep. As they ran together through the halls, Nietzsche could hear the whispering sound of voices rising up together to echo reverently through the vast corridors. Master Raal, guide us. Master Raal, teach us. Master Raal, protect us. In your light we thrive. In your mercy we are sheltered. In your wisdom we are humbled. We live only to serve. Our lives are yours. Nietzsche felt herself lost in words that suddenly had meaning for her, that they had never had before. She understood how it all fit together at last, and knew what she had to do. Zed rose from his chair at the desk in the little room when he saw Nietzsche standing in the doorway. The lamplight softened his familiar face. Nietzsche, you're back. How are things at the People's Palace? Nietzsche hardly heard the question. Answering it was beyond her. Zed stepped closer, concern settling in his hazel eyes. Nietzsche, what's wrong? You look like a phantom come to haunt the halls. She had to force herself to speak. Do you trust Richard? Zed's brow drew down. What kind of question is that? Do you trust Richard with your life? Zed gestured with one arm. Of course. What's this about? Do you trust Richard with everyone's life? Zed gently gripped her arm. Nietzsche, I love that boy. Please, Zed, do you trust Richard with everyone's life? The concern in his eyes overspread his face, deepening the creases. He finally nodded. Of course I do. If there was ever anyone I would trust with my life, or the life of anyone, it would be Richard. After all, I'm the one who named him to be Seeker. Nietzsche nodded as she turned. Thank you, Zed. He lifted his robes a little as he hurried after her. Do you need some help with something, Nietzsche? No, she said. Thank you. I'm fine. Zed at last nodded, taking her word for it, and returned to the book he was studying. Nietzsche walked through the halls of the keep without seeing them. She moved as if following an invisible glowing line to her destination, the way Richard said he could follow the glowing lines of a spell form. Where are we going? Kara asked, rushing to follow behind. Do you trust Richard? Trust him with your life? Of course, Kara said, without an instant of hesitation. Nietzsche nodded as she continued on. She passed corridors, intersections, rooms, and stairs without really seeing them. In a daze of purpose, she finally reached the hardened area of the keep and the grand room where the verification web had nearly taken her life. She would have died had it not been for Richard. He insisted on finding a way to save her when no one else believed it could be done. She trusted Richard with her life, and her life was very precious to her, thanks to him. At the double doors, Nietzsche turned to Kara. I need to be alone. But this involves magic. Oh, Kara said. Well, all right then. I'll just wait out here in the hall in case you need anything. Thank you, Kara. You're a good friend. I never had any real friends really worth having, until Lord Raal came along. Nietzsche smiled a little. I never had anything worth living for until Richard came along. Nietzsche closed the double doors. Behind her, the two-story windows flickered with lightning. Nietzsche didn't know if she had ever been in that room when there wasn't a storm. Now the whole world was caught in a storm. When the lightning flashed, the room lit with the harsh glare. There was one thing in the room, however, that did not register the touch of even such intense light. It waited like death itself. Nietzsche laid the Book of Life open on the table before the inky black box of Orden sitting in the center of the table. It seemed that every time the lightning tried to ignite, that black box swallowed the light before it could really get started. Staring at it was like looking into forever. Nietzsche invoked the first spell, calling forth darkness to match the impossible blackness of the grim box sitting before her. She reminded herself that, like the People's Palace, it was the person who defined it. With a thunderclap of power filling the room, the door was barred. No one could enter. The containment field of the windows no longer mattered. She had conjured something more powerful. The room was silent and pitch black. Nietzsche's vision came from the powers she had called forth. She spoke the words written on the next page, invoking the next spell that opened the pathway for the governing formulas. She used a sliver of subtractive magic to void a razor-thin piece of flesh at the tip of her finger, and used the blood that began to ooze to begin drawing the diagrams needed before the box of Orden. As more blood ran from the open wound, she drew a containment field around the box itself. It was something like the field of the room, but on a much more intense scale. Without being contained first, such power as was liberated from the box of Orden could unintentionally breach the veil, but in a way that would kill only the person attempting what Nietzsche was attempting. Almost not needing to read the book that she had been studying for what seemed half her life, she went on to the equations involving the time of year, the first day of winter. Once that was completed, she drew the two opposing symbols and the joint of the apex from the proper charts in blood. It went on, one intense formula after another for the next hour, with calculations bringing the resultant layer of magic forth to be folded into the next step. Each node in the book required that only the appropriate level of power be applied. At each spot, Nietzsche let it flow forth without reservation. There was no other way. As the night wore on, the lines of the spell built around the box, in some ways like the chain fire verification web, with lines that glowed green, but others were a pure white, while yet others were constructed of subtractive elements, and they were blacker than black, looking like nothing so much as voids in the world where the lines belonged, like slits looking into the underworld. When Nietzsche completed the last incantation, she finally heard the whisper of Orden itself, confirmation that she had done everything properly. Yet it was not so much a voice as a force that formed the concept in her mind. "The power is open," it whispered through the darkness, in words that felt like ice cracking. "I call upon this time, this place, this world, to turn with this play of the boxes of Orden. Name the player." Nietzsche placed her hands on the dead black box before her. "The player is Richard Rahl," she said. "Heed his will. Do his bidding if he proves worthy. Kill him if he does not. Destroy us all if he fails us. It is done. From this moment forward, the power of Orden is in play by Richard Rahl." Prophecy said, if Fuergrisa Ost Drauka does not lead this final battle, then the world, already standing at the brink of darkness, will fall under that terrible shadow. Nietzsche had come to realize that if Richard was to win, he must be the one leading them in this final battle. The only way to lead was for him to have the boxes in play. In that way, he truly would be the fulfillment of prophecy, Fuergrisa Ost Drauka, the bringer of death. Prophecy said that they had to follow Richard, but it was more than prophecy. Prophecy only expressed the formality of what Nietzsche knew, that Richard embodied the values that promoted life. They weren't really following prophecy. Prophecy was following Richard. This was the ultimate following of Richard, following him in what he did with the boxes of Orden, in what he did with life and death itself. This was the ultimate test of who he was, who he would be, who he would become. Richard himself had named the terms of the engagement when he spoke to the Daharan troops, telling them how the war would be fought from now on. All or nothing. This could be no different. It now truly was all or nothing. Ulyssia and her Sisters of the Dark had likewise opened the gateway to the power of Orden. The struggle was now truly in balance. If Nietzsche was right about Richard, and she knew she was, then two forces now properly were engaged in the struggle that would decide it all. If where Grisa Ost Drauka does not lead this final battle, then the world already standing at the brink of darkness will fall under that terrible shadow. They had to trust in Richard in that struggle. For that reason, Nietzsche had to put the boxes of Orden into play in Richard's name. The Sisters of the Dark no longer were the exclusive arbiters of the power of Orden. In that sense, Nietzsche had just put Richard into play, giving him the ability to win this struggle. Without what she had just done, he could not win, much less survive. Nietzsche seemed to drift in a world apart. When she finally opened her eyes, the storm had ended. The first rays of light were just touching the windows. It was dawn on the first day of winter. Richard had 1 year to open the correct box. Everyone's life was now in his hands. Nietzsche trusted Richard with her life. She had just entrusted everyone's life to him. If she couldn't trust Richard, then life wasn't worth living. End of Phantom, The Sword of Truth, Book 10, by Terry Goodkind. Read by Nick Sullivan.